Honorable members, when the business of this House suspended for a luncheon break, the Honorable Member for Yamacraw had the floor. The chair now recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamacraw.
For the recess, I was going through the legislation. I will go through quickly having regard to the time that is left. Mr. Speaker, Section 27(4) speaks to, it has a penal sanction. Because where an evacuation order is in effect, any person within the specified area, island or keep, who refuses without justifiable cause, and I would like to highlight justifiable cause, because there might be some justifiable reason, Mr. Speaker, why someone may not be able to obey the order. That is 27A4. There may be some, pardon me? Yes, the penal section, yes. There may be some justifiable reason, Mr. Speaker, and as we saw within the hurricane, Mr. Speaker, our personal experience was that we had to use the immigration bus to evacuate persons because they didn't have transportation. In terms of where do these persons go, you're in a Category 5 hurricane. There may not be facilities that are available, and so there may be some justifiable reasons as to why these persons couldn't move. The immigration facility was used as a shelter. So in an area that was normally considered sterile for the sake of saving lives, we had to house persons. And so there may be circumstances where persons can't get their old mother or whatever have you out of a facility, or for lack of resources, that there may be a reason why someone cannot justifiably move. And so when those circumstances arise, it provides an exemption, Mr. Speaker. Section 27B speaks to the declaration of relief by the Prime Minister. It authorizes the Prime Minister to make an order or to make certain declarations so that there may be, to assist persons in those circumstances and lessen the burden on individuals by reducing certain licenses, requirement to pay certain taxes, creating waivers or refunds or reductions. And so Section 27B empowers the Prime Minister to exempt any person from paying a tariff or a tax so that you may be able to facilitate persons in saving lives and protecting the health of the community. Section 27C speaks to the publishing of the order and how we may publish it. And so it's by announcements on television. They may be affixed to the magistrate's court or police station located in the area, on the administrator's office, by notice on an official website of the government. In the case of a media, structured media, I don't see in it, Mr. Speaker, where I know sometimes you can affix a megaphone on a car and go through the community just to alert persons that the hurricane is coming. You saw that happening where it wasn't by way of a car. You saw in the area of the mud and the tea where the police, the local pastor and those other persons were going through and making the announcement in English and in Creole. And so once the order is given, this act empowers the Prime Minister to utilize all legitimate means to get the word out that there is an impending danger by way of a hurricane. Section 27D speaks to the duration of the order. Section 30 allows for the Prime Minister to make regulations for circumstances. Section 31 of the Act is repealed and replaced. Section 31 just sets up provisions that where the order is in place in anything or any act goes against what the order says, then the order will prevail in those circumstances. And it's entitled repugnancy with any order or act or regulations. And so the order given by the Prime Minister, this provision of the Disaster Preparedness and Response Amendment Bill allows the order to take prominence or precedence. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to say just a little of something about immigration, just to let members of the public know that, as I said earlier, the Immigration Department is an integral part of the socio-economic and political environment of this country. And when I say that, I mean it provides for the free movement of persons in accordance with the rule of law. Article 54 says the Parliament of this country is empowered to make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of this country. And the Immigration Act, which is set up as the law to govern persons coming through this country and leaving this country, empowers the Immigration Department only to allow persons who, in the best interest of the peace, order, and good governance of this country. So there are licensing sections, the airport or legal entry points where one would look to see whether or not persons fall within that category. And once they do an assessment, a part of that assessment, as is done to Bahamians when they're traveling, is to assess whether or not someone has somewhere to live and that they can take care of themselves and they will not become a burden on the public purse. As I said before, the Prime Minister was careful in crafting his message. They say that we are a country of laws, guided by the rule of law and by our Constitution that's informed by international norms and best practices. And those international norms and best practices are, as I said earlier, the UN Declaration on the Rights of the Child, the UN Declaration of Human Rights, and those even if we have signed to a treaty on trafficking in persons, and we've produced a law so that we could protect persons who are in this country. We've always had discussions on blacklisting, Mr. Speaker, by the OECD, Financial Action Task Force, and one of the things that we're duty bound to ensure is that only the persons who should properly be here are here, because we invite millions of persons to this country every year. And when the Prime Minister, in leading this country, makes those pronouncements as to how we will enforce the law and respecting the dignity of the human person and highlighting the sovereignty of the Bahamas and the right of the Bahamian people and to self-determine, even international organizations such as the International Organization for Migration or the UN would say, Mr. Prime Minister, your government is doing the right thing. I can tell you that the IOM has been invited to observe this government as we enforce the immigration regulations. We have been, in terms of Dorian, working extremely hard. Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence just for two more minutes, 2 or 3 moments. Yes. Pardon me? 2 minutes, so thank you. We have been working extremely hard, as I said earlier, to assist, to play our role in terms of reinvigorating the commerce in Freeport and in Grand Bahama. I've been to New York, where we made a presentation. The President of the United States has gone on record to say that the Bahamas is open for business. I know there's been a lot of things said about how we're doing things in the Bahamas. And Mr. Speaker, some of it is downright wrong. We've said, I've underscored that our courts have been very resilient in the way that it has interpreted the laws of the Bahamas and has given judgments even against the government of the Bahamas. And so we celebrate the fact that we have an independent and impartial court. And we say that if anybody feels that their right has been disadvantaged, especially by the Immigration Department, you have a right to make a complaint to the department. You also have a right, and the courts have demonstrated, to go to the courts if you feel as if, pursuant to Article 26, that your rights have, or they are, or they will be infringed. You can go and make a statement. But Mr. Speaker, what I find extremely disheartening is some of the downright lies that are being told, especially when you look at the persons who have done so much to build this country. And I see Angliston sitting there. When I see her father. I see the contributions that they've made to this country. And I get it, we get it, that the history of movement, and sometimes I say this to people and I see them jump. I was having a conversation with a lady and I said, you know, the anthropologists and everybody agree that the history of the world is that of movement, but we're a sovereign country and we must guard our borders. But when I see lies like this, and we've asked the IOM, and we've asked the UN to look into these things, and when I traveled to Jamaica recently, says immigration officers do not have the right to beat you. And then you see a picture with a man holding a baton, one with a revolver and with an attack dog. And any reasonable person looking at this picture would think it happened in the Bahamas. It did not happen in the Bahamas. What would that do to an economy that's dependent on tourism and banking? If people think, the reasonable person looking at this, thinking that this would have happened in the Bahamas. There's another one that I would like to show you, Mr. Speaker. Police officers. Then the police officers need a warrant. Any reasonable person looking at this magazine would think that this would have happened in the Bahamas. I told the persons when I went to a human rights conference in Jamaica, and the persons who produced this, I said, why would you do this? And there was an old man, a disgraceful old Bahamian man, who came purporting and showing these things. I said, I can't shake your hand. You know, you have the freedom of speech, and we encourage that. And sometimes we may not always agree with what people say, but we have to, you do it in a reasonable way. We're not burning anybody in the Bahamas. A lady bloodied. This did not occur in the Bahamas. And to put a picture there, speaking to human rights relations in the Bahamas, and this picture suggesting, and then saying that it's meant for sensationalism. This is not sensationalism. You know, one of the things I had to do during the hurricane was visit all the shelters. And so I was there that night when the persons came off the boat and they went to the Seventh-day Adventist Church facility on Wolf Road. I was there, Bahamas Academy, I was there when social services came. I was there, I spoke to the Minister of National Security, said, Elsewhere, don't worry. Minister, I got this. The Defense Force officers are gonna come to provide security. Then I hear that the Seventh-day Adventist Church is abusing people. When I know that we visited, we called them at the 11th hour and asked them to do something, and they opened the church. We must be reasonable and honest when we do things. And I would say this again, and I know that the government led by the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, he's underscored this. If anybody is of the view that the rights or the constitutional rights of anybody in the Bahamas are, or will be abused, come and make a report. And then we have a court that you can go to. And some of the people who are making these complaints, they understand the law. But we have a country to run, a country to build. We are finite. In the next 50 years, Mr. Speaker, almost all of us will be gone. Only Travis, who's not here. Baines and Grandtown may be here. in the next 50 years, and James may be here. But I say that everybody's getting it. In the next 50 years.
Ordinarily, I'd ask him to substantiate that, but that might be true for me.
I say might. I say may. Let's put may. But I say that, Mr. Speaker, but the significance of it is that the intention is that our country will go on for generations and generations. So when we do certain things, whether or not you be a Bahamian or you be resident here, there's a certain degree of patriotism, loyalty, and commitment that is owed to the country where you are. So I wanted to say that to the Bahamians, whether you're in someone else's country, and to say this, Mr. Speaker, I love Mr. Paul Adley, because he highlighted patriotism, commitment, and loyalty. You know, and when he said that, he underscored that there's a certain degree of activity that is only reserved for certain people. If you're a Bahamian and you go to the next country, don't try to vote. But, Mr. Speaker, we're a government and we have a people who are determined to protect the rights of everybody in this country. And I would say to members of the public, if you have a difficulty, make a complaint. If there's a difficulty concerning immigration, we're open to objective criticism and advice. But please, be honest in doing so. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with profound sorrow and pain that I rise on behalf of the people of Cat Island, Rumkey, and indeed I rise from compassionate Bahamians all across the Bahamas to express heartfelt condolences to all of those families who have lost loved ones during the passage of Hurricane Dorian across Abaco and Grand Bahama. Our sorrow and condolences go on as well to the many families who wait anxiously for word on their loved ones who are still missing. The toll on human lives and personal property is unimaginable and catastrophic. Given the scale of damages and loss of personal property, it is safe to say that some will never rebound to a state of normalcy that had existed before the passage of Hurricane Dorian. The loss in the country's capital infrastructure has also been enormous, and we know that it will take a considerable length of time to rebuild the capital formation in the affected area. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, I must convey our heartfelt thanks and deep gratitude to our first responders, many of whom braved the elements and placed themselves at risk to rescue and to save so many of our people. Our hats go off to the medical personnel, members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, social services personnel, ordinary civilians, the Red Cross, and so many others who came together and used whatever means available to them to rescue those who were in harm's way. We are proud of this display of bravery and courage. And let me say here that their valor has not gone unnoticed, though unheralded. It just speaks to who we are as Bahamians. While in this vein, Mr. Speaker, we in the official opposition wish to thank the international community for the unreserved manner in which they sprang into action to assist the people and the government of the Bahamas. A debt of gratitude goes out to all of the government, international agencies, NGOs, and others who sprang into action at a moment's notice. Special mention must be made, of course, to our CARA compartment, who rendered assistance in so many forms. It would have been ordinary and common courtesy for the Prime Minister and his government to have at least circulated to the official opposition a list of those who rendered assistance and who visited our nation in the aftermath of Dorian. But alas, we received nothing. We had to learn through public media of the comings and goings of such individuals and agents. You know, Mr. Speaker, it is not sufficient for the government to say they were too busy and caught up in the moment. The point I wish to make is that in times of extraordinary crisis and human and physical suffering and trauma, it is the duty of the government to reach out to Her Majesty's loyal opposition, which after all is a part of the government process. I now turn to the government's handling of this crisis. I hear from many quarters that we should not be critical of the efforts of the government. But given the obvious fumbling of the ball and the fact that the conduct of the government is affecting the lives of thousands of men, women, and children, I'm compelled to say something by way of what I deem to be constructive criticism. We read in the good book these words: I tell you, if they remain silent, the very stones will cry out. And so I believe that I have every right to speak out on behalf of the Bahamian people over the manner in which the government has prosecuted the handling of Hurricane Dorian. Indeed, the response of the government has taken on the semblance of the characteristics of Hurricane Dorian. Its response has been slow. Its response was erratic, rudderless, and its response has been disastrous. Mr. Speaker, it is well known that there are three distinct phases in the approach to dealing with such disasters. There is the pre-hurricane preparedness, there is communication during the hurricane, and of course, post-hurricane mitigation by way of recovery and restoration. On all three counts, the government failed miserably. And here's what I think. In respect to pre-hurricane preparedness, it was well known by Wednesday, the 28th of August, that Hurricane Dorian, then a Category 4 hurricane, would impact areas of the Bahamas. It was widely reported by international meteorologists and by our own Department of Meteorology that its projected path, having traveled north of Puerto Rico, it was on a path that would most definitely impact the northern Bahamas. Hurricane watch and warning were issued by the competent authority, but the government was not proactive in any way to insist on evacuation. In some instances, shelters were not open or manned with the necessary staff, equipment, and supply necessary to ride out the hurricane. And while there was a call for evacuation, it was poorly coordinated, especially in places like Central and East End Grand Bahama. The Prime Minister himself was urged
Honorable member.
that he would not.
The member for East Grand Bahama is on the point of order.
Speaker, the member references East Grand Bahama with respect to preparation. And while I will speak in a minute, I don't think it is fair to allow him to just say that without challenge. Because the fact of the matter is, if he knew East Grand Bahama in the first instance, he would know that there is no shelter in East Grand Bahama. The shelter for those residents is actually at Maurice Moore Primary School up in Freeport. So, and it was provisioned. So I'm not sure where he's getting his information from, but it is incorrect.
Speaker, I will just continue, because I did not say that there were shelters in East Grand Bahama. I'm saying evacuation was poorly coordinated, and I said especially in places like Central and East Grand Bahama. And I will demonstrate when I lay what I have on the table that was provided to all of us. The Prime Minister himself was said to have said that he would not be held responsible if people did not evacuate, and spoke of his own physical comfort that he had in place in the face of the impending catastrophe. Mr. Speaker, there are countless tales of horror. For example, Bahamas National Fire Carrier was not pressed into an evacuation mode until after the passage of the storm. Most certainly, by August 20, Bahamas Air, the various ferry services, and other forms of air and marine transport should have been mobilized to evacuate those who were most vulnerable. We were warned that Dorian was not France, but was not Florence, and that the path coming across the ocean would produce storm surges in excess of 27 feet, 3 times the height of the member of Kalani. That is above the height of 2 stories, the 2-story buildings. So dangerous was this storm that it would have taken days to mount an effective search and rescue operation in addition to an assessment after the fact. Now, Mr. Speaker, I speak to that because the government did, as was required, brought in experts to help us in determining the path of the storm, the possible impact on it, and what the results could possibly be. The experts came from the Pacific Disaster Center, right? And they provided me with 3 sheets of their forecast. That I say, if the government had this, then they would have been very negligent in not adhering to what this says. Now, the first point I make, Mr. Speaker, is that we speak about evacuation. There is a map that was provided to identify what they call the evacuation zones where persons should be evacuated from.
Honorable member, can you identify the document?
This document provided to me by the Pacific Disaster Center when I was I laid on the table, and there are copies for anyone who wishes to have it. It was provided to me during my briefing by NEMA.
Okay.
Yeah. And so the first...
I only made that request for the viewing audience purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the first document, it's a 3-page document. The first of it identified the evacuation zone that people should be evacuated from as of the 30th of August. But what was curious, Mr. Speaker, I questioned them about it. The first thing I asked of NEMA and those who were there is what informed, quite apart from the size of the storm and what was expected of the storm, what informed their locating these evacuation zones. Because I reminded Mr. Russell and those present that under the Act, there was a requirement to identify specially vulnerable areas. And it's almost done every year to be signed off by the Prime Minister. And I was wondering whether that specially vulnerable areas, as was required to be done under the Act that we intend to amend, whether that had been signed off by the Prime Minister during the preparation stage, and that would be sometime before the hurricane season, and whether it was informed by that. They don't answer me directly, because I point out to them, so when you look at this, for example, Marsh Harbor, Dundas Town, Murphy Town are not identified. And in that area, where we lost most lives as an evacuation zone. So immediately I recognized that something was going wrong here. That the Act which was supposed to govern us was either not being followed, right? And that the Prime Minister, who was charged with the responsibility of signing off on something like that, to be able to provide to the experts, right? In Section 7 of the Act, we want to. I say something is wrong, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Honourable Member for Carmichael on a point of order.
Speaker, I just want to be sure that I'm understanding what the member says. That he received a document from a foreign entity, and based on what that document from that foreign entity says, it is not the government of the Bahamas, he is now saying that the government of the Bahamas did not follow the law as it's set out in our legislation. I just want to understand if that is what he's really
That's
saying.
what I said. See, I don't want to, I have some more things to say about this. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I met a NEMA. Through NEMA, which is a government agency, provided this to me. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that under Section 15, under Section 15,
Just a moment.
Is that document from NEMA or is it from some other foreign entity? That's the question.
Mr. Speaker, I am still on the.
That's the question.
Speaker,
Honorable member, the question he's asking is why I wanted the document identified earlier.
I said, Mr. Speaker, source the document came from NEMA.
It came from NEMA, but is that a NEMA-produced document?
That came through NEMA. And a NEMA seal is on the document, Mr. Speaker. This NEMA seal is on the document. I will lay it, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Right? This name on the document. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that this was guiding NEMA because they told me this is what is guiding them in respect to their giving notices for evacuation. And I got it from them. I then was questioning them about it. Right? And they said, and I am pointing out that first of all, this should have been informed by the Prime Minister discharging his responsibilities under disaster preparedness response, Section 15. That's what should have informed us. They were unable to confirm that to me. That's what I'm saying. Because immediately I point out that the evacuation areas did not include perhaps the area that was most decimated by the hurricane.
Speaker.
On a point of order?
Yes, sir.
I chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Speaker, I want to make it very clear that the honorable member, leader opposite, indicated that he received a document from some specific group. That's what he said here.
No, Mr. Speaker.
That's what he said in this place.
Mr. Speaker, might I? What
And as a result of that, Mr. Speaker, you asked the question, where's that document from? And if that is a NEMA document, I'm sure that the honorable gentleman, who is a very honorable gentleman that I know, would show it to you and say, this is a NEMA document. And this is the document that guided the government in its decision-making process. So he's adding up 1 and 1 and getting 11 instead of 2.
I do not know what guided government. But here's a copy of it. I got this from, Mr. Speaker, I got this from NEMA. NEMA engaged the services of Pacific disaster. The Prime Minister himself indicated that they engage assistance in this regard, right? And so what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, this is why I wanted to speak to the Prime Minister. I wanted to point out these things to him. After I got the briefing, I wanted to show him that there's some deficiencies down there. It wasn't him. It was the deficiencies down there. And so, Mr. Speaker, so here, I said it. I told him that in front of you and the member for Elizabeth. I told him the same thing. What he needed to do is speak to people who might have understand some things. And so, Mr. Speaker, and I laid the document. And then, more importantly, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the surge, when we talk about the second page, and NEMA is on this NEMA document, NEMA is on it. And the Speaker will probably be more familiar with this document than I am. So we go.
Honorable member, just a moment. From what I see here, I just want to make sure the record reflects what we have here.
Yeah.
From what I see here, especially being a former chief meteorologist with responsibility for hurricane forecasting in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, it is, I don't know why NEMA would even accept this document from the Pacific Disaster Center when we're talking about the Atlantic.
Why are you getting in that, Mr. Speaker?
No.
What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. No, yes.
Honorable member, I'm only suggesting
Yes, wait.
that this document, even though this has NEMA stamped on it.
It have bigness too. BNGIS, that's a Bahamian
And,
entity too.
and,
That's a
and,
Bahamian.
and PDC. At the bottom in the fine print is obviously saying that this document was produced by the Pacific Disaster Center.
Right.
PDC.
Right.
That's the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah. No,
That's the only point I was making. And we're dealing with the Atlantic Ocean in the Bahamas. Anyway, carry on, honorable member.
because this is what was provided to me. I expected by them. This I expected to have been given to them as well. And I let me continue my point. And I say, they all were present. They all confirmed it, right? And NEMA, if you look at the top of it, NEMA accepts it. And so, Mr. Speaker, what I want to point out, and I'll move from this again, is that when you look at the surge, right, this shows you that Christ the King Church, for example, would have had at least 9 foot of water in it. This document speaks to that. If you look at the legend, the one thing they said about the legend is that it's 5 feet off. But even if it's not off, what this shows is that Christ the King, a shelter designated by the government, would have been under 5 feet of water. And what's more disturbing is that shelter was designated to be a shelter for the special persons. And they knew that. You ought to have known if you didn't know. And these are some of the things I wish to discuss. You knew, as I told you all, that by this information, they ought to have known, right? Because if they told us, and I was able to discover, you could have discovered too, that the Rand Hospital would have at least 5 to 6 feet of water. But nothing, huh? I said something. If you had taken my calls, no, I said on my video, I said it. And it goes further, Mr. Speaker.
Stay in the media.
Yeah.
Stay in the media.
Speaker, on the second page, the last page speaks to the potential wind exposure and anticipated back. I'll just lay this on the table, Mr. Speaker. No, that is not. Because I wrote him. I put it in writing.
That's the linking. You knew this was going to happen, you didn't.
No. If you want to keep quiet, yeah? But you don't know what's right on.
Order that the document do lie on the table.
As a result of what we discovered,
I'm not aware.
we pointed out some of these things in I did a video, a short video message urging Bahamians to take Dorian serious and to explain what our briefing had been. And as I said, if we were privy to that advice, obviously the government would have been as well. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'll just go to I notice my time is running and I don't want to.
Honorable member, your time is safe.
I would, my time is safe, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, some of the shelters, as I indicated, allocated to house persons were the same shelters that flooded during Matthew. Right? If they had made contact and sort of consult, they would have found these things out. Right? I point out that Iran was flooded. That had flooded before. You know what is also interesting? The ro-ro vessels that were purchased primarily for the same purpose of reaching and being able to respond quickly to disasters such as these. When we asked about it, they told us they shipped them out to come back into New Providence, then to be resourced to go back to the affected areas. I was astounded. In fact, someone said, but I was told this by a defense force officer.
Honorable, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Mount Moriah on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member for Cal Island indicated at the beginning that being the opposition, that they are part of the government process. And so as I stand here today, it saddens me that he is going to be briefed by a particular Defense Force officer. Is that a Marine? Right? You know, I mean,
Speaker.
and then he said he was,
Speaker.
you know, so please.
I'm talking
Because we don't have two, the ro-ro boats.
Honorable,
Speaker, I am
Clearly, let me finish my comment.
Speaker.
Please, ro-ro, please, can I finish? Can I finish, Mr. Speaker?
yes,
Yeah, because the member, point of order, the member refers to the ro-ro boat and said that they were informed. Informed by who? Because the Defense Force have one ro-ro boat, not the ro-ro boat. And so obviously, the member is being misled.
I'm talking, when I was briefed at NEMA, not my information. We were briefed at NEMA, and NEMA had a representative there from the Defense Force. When we asked about the vessels that are designed to respond to disasters, we were told that the ro-ro vessel was out to sea, and then they'll be coming back in, and we questioned that process. That's where we got the information from. I said, and I mentioned to them that this would mean a loss of precious time and lives because the vessel would have to return to Coral Harbor to be resourced. That's what we were told then. Mr. Speaker, during the course, I called for the recall of Parliament to discuss any number of issues related to the national recovery efforts in the wake of the storm. Our hope was that coming out of an open and frank discussion would be a bipartisan plan on the way forward. It still appears that the government is making it up as they go. And Mr. Speaker, I will not read the letters because it'll take away time. I'll just lay the two letters I wrote to the Minister, the Prime Minister. It will be all, which is on a letter I wrote to him on the 6th of September, reaching out and pointing out some of my observations. What did they say again tonight? And they were in fact delivered. Not just by hand, but also by email to the Prime Minister. Just reaching out because we were not here to obstruct. We were here primarily to lend whatever assistance we can. And that's what we were planning on doing and continue doing our own way. So, Mr. Speaker,
sign it.
no,
Sign it.
that those letters could be now made public. Huh? My signature? I say.
No, the signature.
Uh-oh. No, that's the copy. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, I move on. The record,
Just a moment,
the track
honorable
record of this government will show.
Honorable member, just a moment. Order that letters to lie on the table.
The government's track record of fulfilling promises and dealing with storms is dismal to say the least. This is a very promising government, Mr. Speaker. 2 years after the last storm, people of Ragged Island are still asking whether they have been forgotten. Has this island been forgotten by the government after the Prime Minister promised to transform Ragged Island into a green island? I can assure this government that the people of Ragged Island have not forgotten the promises of the government. Now, Mr. Speaker, regarding the bill before us today, I really did not want to jump to conclusions, but this bill smacks of a PR effort to counter the local and international negative commentary about the government's incompetence surrounding its handling of the Dorian matter. The bill seems to include a compendium of best ideas coming from a group chat, either in cabinet or at a stew-fish gathering by a breakfast bunch. Obviously, there are good elements, but Mr. Speaker, in fact, these are already in place. These are in place. There's no need to restate them. For example, the police will arrest people taking part in looting or righteous activity. The police have the authority now. As to an offer to provide rebates for business taxes, it's just add an unnecessary bureaucracy to a simple matter. If a company makes a donation and seeks to get a rebate, they'll have to provide confirmation or receipt that they made a specific dollar donation to a recognized charity or recovery project, and then make a formal application and documentation so that various departments would have to verify all the details and then confirm the rebate. The money concerned would have been spent by the government in any event, so why go through all that bother? As mentioned earlier, what this amended bill attempts to achieve, and you have the exigencies order. They already have, basically you could just sign the exigency order, the Minister of Finance, but the law is already in place for these things. What this amended bill attempts to achieve, as I indicate, is already an existing law. I first refer to the substantive bill. Right. And I draw attention to section 27(1)(a). That empowers the Prime Minister to declare that an emergency exists as a result of an impending disaster. And that's defined as a hurricane. Right. Now, this same section 27(1)(a) refers you to sub-provisions of section 30 as to what happened during the period of that emergency ordered. Right, so those subsections 3, 4, and 5, they apply when the order is made. Right, it empowers the minister, section 30 empowers the minister to make regulations for the purpose of implementing the act. And without prejudice to the generality of that power to make regulation, the Prime Minister is specifically authorized to make provisions for one, that during the existence to restrict the movement of persons and vehicles. That's already in the law. That's section 31B. Right? Any class or type of persons or vehicles. And 31E, and this is already in the law. Some questions have been raised about it, but it's already in the law. 31E, which is already there, speaks to that during the existence of such order of emergency, right, persons other than emergency personnel, the word used is shall evacuate an area. Is that mandatory evacuation? Shall evacuate an area or may not reside or otherwise be present in such area and during such period as is specified. So the laws are already there in existence. Now one may say that this deals with, this is an emergency situation. But Mr. Speaker, what we have further, and which is perhaps, this is something that's been in our law, and I must confess that it is only, I always knew it was there somewhere, but only after thinking it through and looking at it and talking with others that we have recognized that all along our founding fathers recognized that there will be a need for emergencies when civil liberties could be suspended. They recognize that. They recognize that. And so Article 29 of our Constitution empowers the Governor General, and of course, they will act on the advice of the Cabinet, to proclaim, and the word used is proclaim, not order, a state of emergency. Right? And then once he does it, within 5 days, we convene Parliament, and if Parliament is not in session, the Governor could then summon Parliament to meet to discuss all the issues surrounding that proclamation. Now, and then, Mr. Speaker, our founding fathers, because our civil liberties are sacrosanct, you just don't trample upon it easily. If you believe in what the member for Yamakor speaks about, the rule of law to which we adhere to. And it appears that the only basis on which you could suspend civil liberties is through a proclamation by the Governor General. And that is the route that could have been taken. Because when you tie, and it's not a question of time, because the orders under which we are talking about in the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act, the period of 48 hours and 36 hours. 38 hours and 36 hours. And so the laws are there. Now, Mr. Speaker, it just doesn't end there. It just doesn't end there. In 1974, an act was passed called the Emergency Powers Act. It's just like a disaster could be an emergency. So you have something called the Emergency Powers Act, right, which empowers the Governor General, after making a proclamation of emergency, to make regulations for the purposes of securing public safety, the defense of the Bahamas, the maintenance of public order, suppression of mutiny, rebellion, and riots, and for maintaining supplies and services essential to the life and well-being of the community. All of these, what you seem to want to be capturing now in these amendments. Now, and Mr. Speaker, and when you look at the Emergency Powers Act, it substantially covers what you are trying to do with this amendment now. And so what we're saying, the law is there. There's no need for this. That's why I think this is a PR exercise, nothing more, nothing less. But it is clear, Mr. Speaker, that the relevant constitutional article, the enabling legislation, and the attendant regulations were in place. These were in place for many years. And it allows the executive to act in the public interest to protect life and property. The law is there. The Prime Minister simply did not act. No, after subjection to harsh public criticism, he is now subjecting the House members to this, what I call redundant charade, which essentially is a public relations exercise to create the impression that he's doing something, when in fact he's just wasting Parliament's time, in my view. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, we are unable to support this public relations exercise. I also wish to suggest, Mr. Speaker, as before I complete, one of the issues that's troubling is that Member Kalani, who led the debate, didn't mention anything about the numbers relating to loss of lives. We advise that it's staggering. We know that hundreds are missing. There are a number of issues that attend to missing persons that we need to address. I've been looking at at what happened in other areas. For example, after Katrina, they amended their laws to rein in the period from which a person could be performed. And certain other areas started. So I would ask the government to consider, right, an amendment to the relevant laws, something along these lines, notwithstanding any law to the contrary. Any person who has been absent between the period 31st of August 2019 and the 4th of September 2019, and the absence was related to or caused by Hurricane Dorian, the absent person shall be presumed dead after the passage of, and I think we could agree that period, all right? I would suggest 6 months. I think others might suggest a longer period from the date that the person was last seen. So we have to agree a date, right? So because if someone asks what the issues are, administration of estate, insurance still, whether the person's insured with their insurance, there are a lot of issues that attend to that, right? The Speaker, also there's another looming issue that I'd ask the government to take some note of to see how they could intervene, because 3 persons have called me today where they have lost everything. Their homes were insured, but the insurance was assigned to the bank. In most instances, the amount that they would receive from the insurance company does not cover what is owed to the bank. For some reason, that has occurred. In the meantime, the bank is wanting to hold on to the money, and the houses are not being replaced. In the meantime, it was not replaced. Persons are still sadly having to pay the mortgage. I think the government should consider how they could discuss with banks how they could either ensure have a position where replacement comes first to proceed. Rise up. Rise up. Rise up.
That is the result of my generosity to the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumpkins, and Salvador.
Mr. Speaker, you see what happens when you are generous? So, Mr. Speaker, so I think some attention ought to be paid to those persons who may be challenged by that. There's one other, finally, Mr. Speaker, if I may. The families who lost loved ones, persons who suffered near-death experiences, the many first responders who had to deal with the tragedies of others as a consequence of their jobs or in the line of duty, have taken a collective beating psychologically and emotionally. This is a fact. I appeal to the government to allocate the requisite resources and attention to the emotional and mental psychological health of these persons. And you are. So I'm advised you, and I'm happy to hear that. And as I say, my observation is that this is an area that I'm happy to hear is being noticed. Okay.
Honorable member, if you can wrap up now.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, having said those, Mr. Speaker, we are Speaker, the law is already in place for what these amendments suggest, and so we don't support it. This is nothing but a PR exercise on it. We do not support it.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many,
Please.
the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Having experienced Dorian firsthand, the first thing I would like to say today is thank God for life. Life is precious, very precious. I want to say thank you to the Prime Minister, Member for Kalani, for the high level of confidence reposed in me by giving me such an awesome assignment recently. I'll also say thank you to Central Grand Bahama for sending me to this place. And before I get into my presentation, I'd like to offer condolences to two families. One to the family of Nurse Anna Hall, who was buried a few weeks ago, very good friend of mine, and also to the family of Nurse Paula Nemore, wife of the godfather of sports, Basil Nemore, who will be funeralized this weekend. So may their souls rest in peace and rise in glory. I rise to continue the debate on amending the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act. The amendments which I will address in a few minutes are indeed salient and relevant for the implementation of effective action in advance and in the aftermath of severe natural disasters. Mr. Speaker, I hear the member for Cat Island in his presentation just now. But two hurricanes in my lifetime that stands out to me. One is Hurricane Joaquin. Joaquin came on a covert mission. Came as a thief in the night. By the time we realized what was going on, Joaquin was on us. But under those circumstances, we still did our best to protect. And I don't know what lessons came out of that or was put in place after Joaquin. But I do remember, I'm trying to remember who was the Deputy Prime Minister sat in the chair from Cat Island. And I don't know what plans they put in place to mitigate against further surprises. So thank you very much. The second one was Dorian. And you know, Dorian was the fastest growing and most powerful hurricane we've ever seen, and the slowest one. But unlike what happened after Joaquin, when the member was Deputy Prime Minister, nothing substantial happened. After Dorian, our Prime Minister, the member for Kalani, saw the need to create a whole ministry just to deal and to prepare us to be ready for the next time. First time in history. Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Dorian has taught us that the status quo with respect to building codes, evacuation, shelter identification, and other measures to mitigate the impact of intense wind storms at this juncture requires revision, so as to create a level of resiliency in this era where there's no distinction between climate change and natural disasters. Listen, everything. Mr. Speaker, I must commend my colleagues from Grand Bahama and Abaco, all of whom made significant contributions immediately after the passage of the storm to assist in rescuing individuals and animals from flooded homes. Unfortunately, many lives and homes were lost, and to date, there are still many unaccounted for. You know, in the Bible, in Revelation, reference is made to Armageddon, which is referred to as the end of the world. Well, this monster Dorian, I like to refer to as Stormageddon, because a lot of lives came to an end, and in fact, a lot of communities came to an end. But we look forward to a better Bahamas, better built as a result. I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, that the Bahamas is full of heroes, persons who recognize that they are their brothers and sisters' keepers. I applaud those individuals who use their boats, jet skis, truck, heavy equipment for working along with local authorities to ensure that more lives were not lost and that more individuals did not end up injured or missing. Our nation will forever be grateful to you for the courageous behavior exuded in an unpleasant circumstance. You know, even though the member for Marco City is not here today, it's one of those moments when I had a traumatic experience. I was on the phone speaking to him, his wife, Berlice, in fact, and they were talking about the water rising. And then he started to shoot a video, and I believe that video was a testament to show us how he and his family was taken out. I don't believe he even expected to survive. I'm sure he had his moments of doubt. I, on the phone coaching his wife, Berlice, saying, go upstairs. Do you have an attic space? Do you have dormers? Yes. Go up to the dormer area. Do you have inflatables in your house? Tie all of the inflatables together. Stay together as a family. Put the life vest on the baby girl. And in speaking to her, the phone went dead. So I thought the end had come. So imagine me losing a best friend, a wife, and his daughter. My sister-in-law, she broke down crying because that's her goddaughter. My wife started crying. The whole family was just in a mess because we thought that would have been the last time, or we thought the worst had happened. But thanks be to God, 2 days later, side by side, before the all clear was given, he was standing by my side over Castorina Bridge, pulling persons out of the water for safety. Mr. Speaker, on a more personal note, several years ago, and I said it here before, I lost my only son tragically. A young man who was full of life and with a strong desire to achieve his objectives was suddenly taken away. The aftermath of Dorian, this Stormageddon, was a reflection for me as conversing with individuals who lost loved ones, reading various communications, mediums of how persons survived the hurricane, was a solemn reminder on the fragility of life. Those who lost, I feel your pain. I have lived it. And even though I have not lost any immediate family members, I lost a lot of cousins in East Grand Bahama who I'll never see again. Family members in Abaco who I'll never see again. It is rough. This, Mr. Speaker, to strengthen our resolve to be even more diligent in moving forward so as to ensure that even a threat of a possible natural disaster comparable to that of Dorian will not impede any government and people of this nation from responding effectively and expeditiously to such circumstances. Mr. Speaker, as I would have alluded to earlier, several colleagues of this august institution witnessed the impact of Dorian. And in fact, the good member from North Abaco, he said, whenever you get news of a tropical storm, much less a Category 1, he is gone. We have to take it serious. I have no doubt that they will agree with me that words cannot accurately describe what we experienced over those 36 hours of having a visitor that we didn't welcome. 36 hours of horrific, unrelenting, potent winds, coupled with a historical tidal surge. Metaphorically, Dorian had one goal in mind: to obliterate everything in his path. Like many who survived the onslaught of Dorian, this windstorm will always be etched in our minds. Mr. Speaker, while I am a strong proponent of being proactive, I must admit that circumstances often engenders comprehensive action to address legacy issues spanning various governments. In this instance, Mr. Speaker, the amendments to the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act are all relevant at this juncture. considering the massive devastation caused by Hurricane Dorian to Grand Bahama and Abaco. Mr. Speaker, while the amendment bill will give rise to changes in the application of the word disasters, the more focal elements of the bill encompasses, among other things, ex-ante procedures to be undertaken in advance of natural disasters, such as informing persons and the Bahamian public of a natural disaster and the threats that threatens the Bahamas. Actions deemed necessary for the mobilization of service, mitigate, prepare for, and respond to a disaster. Procedures for releasing, distributing, and management of basic necessities during a threatening disaster or in the aftermath of a disaster. The issuance of evacuation orders and the implication of not adhering to such notices. The management of disaster operation centers. The provision of relief via the Ministry of Finance in the form of duty waivers, excise tax exemption, rebate on business license, etc. Mr. Speaker, understandably, some of the changes proposed in this amendment have raised some level of public concern, and rightfully so, Mr. Speaker. Such action is consistent with the status quo, or when the status quo is being changed. It is, however, ultimately the responsibility of the government to ensure that, based on historical data and the impact of Dorian, that all necessary measures to preserve life and minimize the destruction of properties are enacted and strictly adhered to in advance of and in the aftermath of a disaster. These measures, Mr. Speaker, are not meant to disenfranchise any citizen. Simply stated, Mr. Speaker, the goal is predicated on protecting all persons and properties in the path of disasters, returning a sense of normalcy to areas affected by a disaster, and restoring economic activity as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to address the restoration of Abaco and Grand Bahama. It's not the intent to work rapidly. It is not the intent to work rapidly to restore Grand Bahama to its condition pre-Hurricane Dorian. Yes, Mr. Speaker, this would be, for the lack of a better analogy, the lowest hanging fruit. However, Mr. Speaker, as a resident and representative for Grand Bahama, Central Grand Bahama, after experiencing the devastation caused by this storm to lives and property, Mr. Speaker, the least Grand Bahama deserves is to be restored to its position the way it was pre-Hurricane Francis. Mr. Speaker, it is my belief that the people of Grand Bahama deserve nothing less, and since it is our intent to invest resources in our nation's second city, we should do so with the intent of lifting this great island to its highest potential. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, this will require all of our stakeholders to sit around the table and work together toward this goal. It will also require the support of the residents, as every Grand Bahamian deserves the right to have an opportunity to share in the success of Grand Bahama, and I believe that Dorian has afforded us our best opportunity to make this a reality. With respect to Abaco, Mr. Speaker, the level of apocalyptic devastation as seen in the east of Grand Bahama is more amplified in Abaco. As I said earlier, pictures and videos can never give you that full experience until you really visit and walk through. Devastating. As the first photos and videos began appearing on social media during the passage of the storms, the horrors of what this island was facing began to unfold. I say to the people of Abaco, you deserve every opportunity and resources that can be afforded to you during this process of rebuilding to ensure that the new Abaco that we will build together, although it cannot replace the Abaco loss, it will definitely be an Abaco to admire. Much better. The resilience of the residents of these two islands, Mr. Speaker, can hardly be described in words. Moreover, the chivalry of those who unselfishly made invaluable contribution to addressing challenges in the aftermath of the hurricane speaks volume of the Bahamas being a nation of compassion for our brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, as I was told by one of my constituents, our desire moving forward should not be to give any more strength to Hurricane Dorian. Our goal should be to prove to the world, that we as a people are stronger because of Hurricane Dorian. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I know that Hurricane Dorian has left an indelible mark on the Bahamas that will be told the generation. One interesting point worth noting for the most powerful hurricane that made landfall in the Americas is that this beautiful little country, and I'm going to say this again, this beautiful little country had nothing to do with the intensity of the storm that is credited to climate change. Conversely, our government in various international and regional forums have assumed a relentless, fervent position in advocating against global warming, and be on record of doing that. Notwithstanding this position and being mindful that legislation and policies are not static, hence, as law and policy makers, it is incumbent upon government to implement measures which may appear to be unorthodox, have the potential of adding positive values to catastrophic circumstances. In this case, a catastrophic incident. Mr. Speaker, as a member representing Central Grand Bahama in the House of Parliament, I want to publicly once again thank the Prime Minister for his foresight. Having gone through these experiences over and over and nothing substantial was done, his foresight in creating a ministry to deal specifically with hurricane preparedness, management, and reconstruction. And for that, we ought to give him a round of and I want to say thank you for putting me in this position of non-pressure. Having said all of that, as the member for Central Grand Bahama, I'm in full support of the amendments of the Disaster Preparedness and Response Bill 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Yes, and how it goes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is about as difficult a days as it gets, I presume, as a representative of an area and of people who have suffered not only physical loss, and that's stressful and debilitating enough, but to have suffered personal loss of family members and loved ones and friends. My heart goes out to all of my constituents and all of those families across Grand Bahama and Abaco who would have lost loved ones as a result of this storm. And Mr. Speaker, as I had an occasion to say to one of the non-governmental organizations that's volunteering in the country, and I do want to thank them for the unprecedented number of persons who have come in to help us during this very, very trying time. But one of them made the statement that we were somehow cherry-picking who we gave assistance to, Bahamians versus non-Bahamians. And I had to quickly remind them that, one, the Bahamas has always been a Christian nation, one that has a long history of looking out for its neighbors. And if you check the history, and if you check the experience of this storm, it is quite evident, not by words, by deeds, that there was no and there is no discrimination as to who gets assistance in times of emergency in the Bahamas. And I just want to put that out there because it is unfortunate the rhetoric that has gone out and is misinforming some about the stance of the Bahamas when it speaks about immigration and hurricane response. Mr. Speaker, I speak on behalf of those residents, constituents who do not have this opportunity to speak for themselves. One, express thanks to all of those first responders who would have sacrificed their own safety, who would have put themselves in direct harm's way to rescue or to address the needs of their fellow citizens. And we saw so many heroes as a result of this storm. As I said during our church service, most of them you'll never know their names. Most of them are people that we pass every day and you don't give a second thought to. There are plumbers and our carpenters and our mechanics and our boat fishermen and jet ski operators and all the rest of them. Ordinary Bahamians who felt that human response to assist their fellow man in time of trouble and disaster. I applaud all of them. Because the truth of the matter is, the country will never be able to pay them. And we will probably never recognize all of them by name. But I do hope that as we make plans in my own constituency to erect a memorial to those who have lost their lives, that we will also erect a memorial to those who were the first responders, those who helped to save lives. And I think that's the least we can do for that class of people. And I want to include in that, Mr. Speaker, our defense forces and our police force, customs officers, all of those whose job it is to go out and to face these difficult circumstances. And you know, there's all kinds of stories, and some of my most favorite is the Assistant Commissioner Butler. I think he was on a particular rescue mission that I'm sure you'll hear about, and you've heard about already, and you'll hear again, I'm sure, who risked his life. We lost the fire engine, and they had to swim for their lives in the storm. Such is the commitment and the steel, the metal of our police officers and first responders. And so, again, you know, I could spend 30 minutes here just on that. But I want them to know that we appreciate them. Mr. Speaker, before I get into the text that I have to say because of my position as the Minister of Finance, I just want to address this notion that the government of the Bahamas did not prepare its citizens well enough in advance of the storm. Mr. Speaker, I can say from personal knowledge, and I won't speak about Abaco, which would have been managed, I guess, by NEMA here in Nassau, but I can talk about the Emergency Center, Operations Center in Grand Bahama, where we had numerous pre-hurricane meetings with all of the stakeholders, and they're all named. And they sit there and they each have to account for the state of readiness of their individual agencies. And we go through that just about every day until the storm hits. And then those persons turn from being their pre-storm preparations to execution mode. And so to say that there was no preparation is absolutely incorrect. Social services was on the shelters. The police was on its plan for rescue and safety. The Ministry of Works was on its plan to repair buildings and ensure that the shelters were safe. There was a document shown by the member for Cat Island about storm surge, predictions from the Pacific Disaster Agency or whatever it's called. I can't remember the name of it. We had in the EOC an expert who was modeling in real time what the floods would look like. So we had an idea. And those areas that were predicted to flood were advised to evacuate. There were specific warnings to those areas where the modeling showed that there would be flooding, particularly above 3 feet. So to say that we didn't heed the models, that is incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. I'm going to come to that. Right? So who? Because it was the flooding was not estimated to be more than 3 to 4 feet. Okay? I'm telling you what we're doing on the ground. I don't know what that is. You have your document. I was there. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, they're from the Port Authority. But the fact of the matter is, though, Mr. Speaker, the police, social services, the administrator, councils, local government councilors, went door to door to warn people that they must leave. And Mr. Speaker, this is a sore point for me, because I've told this story a couple times now, and every time I tell it, it is as if it happened yesterday. Because as I said before to the church service, these are people that I know. These aren't just constituents. These are people that mean something to me. I went door to door. And I warned them. Family, that I can see them as clear as day right now. I warned them. And I told them, you have to leave. And they didn't want to leave. The mother didn't want to leave. And the daughter and her son, she said, she's not leaving, her mother. And even though she was crying as I left, the daughter, they refused to leave. That was the day before the storm. Fortunately, which I didn't know, she did take her son to another location. He's alive today. I called them on the night of that storm. And they said, no, we're not going to leave. Wind picking up. They would not leave. And so to say that we didn't do our best, Mr. Speaker, in some ways, it's almost, and the statement was made here from somebody sitting on the seat, that we have blood on our hands. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, that is a very serious thing to say. A very serious thing to say. Mr. Speaker, 3 people from that house are missing. Down the street, 9 people are missing. People I know. These are not constituents or some abstract voter. People that I know, that I love, that I have conversations with regularly, that call me. I told the story in that one house, the mother calls me the daddy of the daughter. Because, no, not that kind of daddy. Because I take care of her. I help them.
Non-biased.
Because they're my people. Mr. Speaker, again, this is, people can take that for whatever they want. I don't care. It don't really matter to me. The point is, it is disingenuous, and it is in some way heartless to suggest that somehow this government, these members of parliament, particularly those that represent these constituents, would have been so cold and calculated and uncaring that you would have left these people defenseless without warning. It's wrong, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure the member didn't mean it that way, but that's the way it comes. And that's not right. And he should correct that at some point. But Mr. Speaker, just to go on, as I said, we had pre-planning meetings with all the heads of departments and all of the relevant agencies that are connected to all of the critical services that were required for an effective response to the storm. During the storm, that EOC turned into a communication center where those social workers in particular were receiving calls for rescue, desperate people on the other end of the line, hoping and begging for somebody to come to rescue them. And listening to the cries of these people as they're told, the storm is raging, nobody can come. And the people are saying, the water is rising though, what do we do? And you can't go. And those social services workers have to listen. They have to give advice. And they have to act like they have it all together. Hang up the phone, knowing that it could have been the last time that person spoke to somebody. Break down, cry, and pick up the phone again, and speak to the next person as if nothing happened. That is the dedication and the professionalism of those persons who are in that EOC. Social services, tourism in particular, deserve tremendous, tremendous credit, applause from this Parliament, from these named people. They truly were the voice on the other end of the line. And so the member from Cat Island, Rumkey, San Salvador, mentioned that there is need for counseling. I can tell you, there is definite critical need for counseling. Because a lot of those workers that we're talking about, they're still on the job today, have not had an opportunity to take a break. And so the only thing that keeps them going is waking up the next day knowing they have a job to do and that there are people depending upon them. And so they pick themselves up, get in their cars, and they go to work. And they get it done. And at some point, we're going to have to do some interventions, or some more interventions, I should say. But it's not been easy. It's not been easy. I can tell you some stoic people. Me. And you know what? We joked about it, whether I have post-traumatic stress disorder or not. And to be honest with you, in the first few days, I didn't think I did, because I was busy. I had things to do. I didn't have time for all of that. But I do recognize that there's a little bit of something that I got to go deal with myself. Seeing people collecting bodies, seeing the destruction and despair, trust me, it does leave a little bit of effect. I saw a post on Facebook where somebody was saying that it rained hard a couple of days ago, and rained hard. And they woke up in the middle of the night, panicked, because they heard the water coming. Opened the door, it was raining, but there's no water. People have challenges. And so that unfortunately is going to manifest itself in the medium to long term. And so, as I said to a WhatsApp group we're in, be careful how you speak to people. Because people are hurting. And it's hard to process that if you don't have the right help. You want to blame somebody and you don't know who to blame. And so whoever is before you is the one that can get it. Be careful how you speak to people. We're all going through something. Mr. Speaker, after the storm, we've heard, as I spoke before and as the member for Central spoke before, about those heroes who immediately got out to try and rescue their neighbors. I was trapped. I couldn't get out. And so the member for Marco City, I could see his request and his call for help. I couldn't get out of my own neighborhood. And he wasn't far from me, but I couldn't get out. Totally blocked. But when the waters did subside, my mind went to the people in Sweetens Key, an area that I had been to again the day before. Very low, very small island. Telling those people, you have to leave. Your structures cannot withstand this. They're fishermen. They're fisher ladies, or fisher people. Fishers. So they've been through this before. They know how to handle storm. And so they wasn't going to leave. But after the storm, my mind went on them because during that whole storm, I was thinking about, my Lord, what's happening to them? If this is happening up here, what's going on down there? And so with the help of the police force and the help of customs, we took a boat down to Sweetens Key. Not the same boat. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, my one lighthearted story out of that experience, it was a rough ride. It was a really rough ride because we had to go down the backside. But all I could say is, customs boats for four. and those officers in Grand Bahama know what I'm talking about. We had a good laugh on that one. But Mr. Speaker, again, demonstrating the commitment of those people who are charged with taking care of us. We did get out there. We were able to check on those people, and fortunately, nobody lost their life. Total destruction on the island. Total destruction. I don't know that there is one home that is left that is what we would consider inhabitable. People stayed because they are resolute about not leaving their island. But the truth of the matter is, that's a complete rebuild. So after that, Mr. Speaker, we tried to get into High Rock, and the road had been totally washed through. So we couldn't get there. And so we had to wait the day after, when we were able to get a piece of heavy equipment there, to make a makeshift road. During that time, the Assistant Commissioner and I walked from the National Park all the way to Freetown, about maybe 3-4 miles or something. Because we had to get to those communities to see what was happening with those people. And we continued all the way to High Rock and out to Statoil or Equinor, where we saw the unfortunate oil spill and collected, did what we had to do. So those people who say that we didn't do anything, that we didn't respond, I just want to say that's absolutely incorrect. It is presumptuous, it is mean-spirited, and it's certainly not in the spirit of unity that we need today as we try to pick up the pieces now and move forward. Did we do everything that we could do? The jury is out. But did we do what we could do? Yes, we did. We've organized food drops. We used a friend, and I want to thank publicly Joe Rieger from Blue Marlin Cove in West End, who helped me or organized for me Apache helicopter airdrops to drop food into Sweetens Key and into McLeanstown, High Rock, where we couldn't get to by vehicle. And he did that for, geez, must about 4 days, and at his own cost. And so I want to thank him publicly on behalf of those residents for that. I want to thank my own constituency team, hardworking, dedicated people with a spirit of helping and volunteering and just getting it done. And I think that is true of all of our people. Just get in there, roll up their sleeves, and get it done. Delivering aid, delivering relief supplies to those who need it. And we continue to do that as we try to move now into the building phase, the rebuilding phase, and we try to do our best to help as many people as we can with the meager resources that we have to assist. Mr. Speaker, there was a comment about the death count and what the death count ought to be, and I'm sure the Minister of Health will deal with that, or the Minister of National Security will deal with that. But I think it's kind of silly to think that the government of the Bahamas is going to engage in some kind of conspiracy to hide the number of persons who would have suffered in the hurricane. For what purpose? What would it aid? It makes no sense. What are you doing? If the government of the Bahamas had caused the hurricane, okay, then it might want to hide the results. But how do you stand as a credible person and suggest that the government of the Bahamas is going to hide the number of persons that have been determined dead? And members of the legal profession in this place. Come on, man, you know how this works. Stop misleading people and playing to their base emotion. We gotta do better than that. We're leaders. Do better than that. Mr. Speaker, there's one valuable point that was put forth, and I saw this and it's been brought to my attention, and that is in respect to the insurance companies who are, or the banks, sorry, who are taking the insurance money and applying it towards loans rather than allowing people to repair their homes. That is unconscionable. The reason for having insurance is so that you can repair your home, not to pay the mortgage. And so I really want to appeal to the banks, and I'm sure we'll have some conversations about this later on, that we ought to be a little bit more compassionate than that. Allow people to repair their homes so they can go back in their homes, that they don't have to pay rent on top of paying a mortgage for a house that they cannot inhabit. That ain't right. That ain't right. And I want to say in the same breath, Mr. Speaker, I do want to commend the banks for the efforts that they have been making. And they have put forth a 3-month moratorium on loan payments. And I think that is admirable. It gives people a chance to catch themselves. And I'm sure they do have some other initiatives that they're working on, including what they're doing in respect to the business community. And so I want to congratulate them and thank them for that. But on this particular point, that's a sore point, because people don't have the money to repair their homes outside of the insurance money. So allow them to recover. Mr. Speaker, like as I can go on about that part, and I really do feel some way heavy in my heart about it, but I do have an obligation to put out some information that I think is important, not only for our Bahamian public, but for our international listening audience. Mr. Speaker, the bill itself has been very ably laid out by the Prime Minister and by the Seconder and the member for Central Grand Bahama. So I will not get into that. I'll just go past that. But you are aware that the government of the Bahamas has put forth a number of initiatives to help businesses and persons to recover from this storm. And these are in the form of relief targeted towards social services, rebates on business license fees, waiver of VAT, exemptions from excise or tariff tax, as well as a waiver of any other fee, levy, or tax payable under any law. And Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate and thank all of those inland revenue officers, customs officers who performed admirably during this immediate period after the storm. Under very fluid circumstances, they performed well. And I want to congratulate all of those officers, and I can name some, but I'll do that at some other time because I don't want to risk missing anybody. But I do want to thank them for their dedication and for being flexible in this time when the law and the rules were not so clear, but being responsive, flexible, and meeting the needs of persons in that very sensitive time. Mr. Speaker, it is not uncommon for the government to provide relief after a hurricane. However, under the provisions of this bill, the government will be able to implement relief measures with greater speed and efficiency. And for the benefit of the House and the public, I wish to highlight some of the fiscal policies taken to provide hurricane relief in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Dorian. The government issued an exigency order that allowed persons to import hurricane relief supplies duty-free and value-added tax-free to Grand Bahama and Abaco based on a set of conditions. For a few items, water, clothing, food for personal consumption, and personal hygiene products, the exigency order was originally set for 30 days following the storm and then extended by another 15 days to allow more persons to benefit from this tax relief. The remaining listed goods were made tax-free for 90 days following the hurricane. These include cots, medicines and medical supplies, bedding materials, and building materials. I just lost my... Already? Mr. Speaker. You give me... I am going to have to go all the way to the end of my speech. Mr. Speaker. I just want to talk about the fiscal impacts of the storm. I want to pause now to provide some very preliminary information on the overall estimated fiscal impact of Hurricane Dorian and its expected impact on the 2019-20 budget. In short, Hurricane Dorian has put a strain on the government's finances, and it has and will impact the pace at which we are able to deliver on our medium-term macroeconomic and fiscal plans. Before Dorian, the government has successfully met its fiscal targets for fiscal year 2018-2019. In the 2019-20 budget, we plotted a path for further fiscal consolidation over the medium-term horizon in the context of a relatively mild yet stable growth assumptions. As it now stands, this plan has to be adjusted to take into consideration the fiscal cost of the Hurricane Dorian response. Before I expand upon this, I want to put some things in context with the people and the communities that have had their livelihoods and future prospects washed away by the storm. The fiscal impact of Dorian is a reflection of the affected people and the affected communities who are living with a type of economic anxiety and uncertainty that most of us never saw coming and could never fully understand. The buildings they utilize on a daily basis to work and earn a living from have been hollowed out, mangled, or wiped off their very foundation. As a result, many people are forced to ask the question today, how am I going to make a living? How am I going to feed my family? How am I going to survive without my main source of income? This is the economic impact for people who are affected by the storm and who must be at the forefront of our minds as we continue recovery efforts, plan for the future, and deal with the fiscal impact of Hurricane Dorian. By extension, we cannot ignore the broader impact on communities as well. Many small businesses are unable to operate, even if only temporarily. It means the loss of the little tuck shops and the little convenience stores that residents would visit after work to pick up a few missing groceries. It means the loss of the barber shop and the nail salon, where community members would gather and have themselves taken care of. It means the loss of the roadside breakfast, the lunch vans, where school children and workers would stop in the mornings or at lunchtime. Many businesses are facing the exceedingly difficult life choices of whether to start up or to move on. These are not easy or normal times for our people or our communities. As we continue recovery efforts, plan for the future, and consider the fiscal impacts of Hurricane Dorian, I want to reassure the Bahamian public that the people and the communities who are on the front line of this disaster are at the forefront of our minds. Mr. Speaker, to provide some context on how the economies of Grand Bahama and Abaco fit in with the overall fiscal performance of the country, I wish to note that in the fiscal year 2018-2019, economic activity in Abaco accounted for 6.4% of government revenues, while Grand Bahama constituted 7.3% of total revenues. Proportionately, This may seem small. However, this contribution has always been an important component for delivering on the government's overall budgetary projections. Early estimates prepared by the Ministry of Finance point to a revenue shortfall of some $215 million, or 8% of the overall revenue projected for 2019-2020 as a result of this hurricane. When it comes to spending, initial estimates show we will need to spend an additional $222 million, with a split of $80.9 million for recurrent spending and $141.5 million for capital spending. These funds will primarily be used for rebuilding critical infrastructure on Abaco and Grand Bahama, including electricity and water services, the reconstruction of affected medical facilities, the construction of temporary housing, and the delivery of targeted government services and assistance to affected populations. To offset hurricane-related expenditure and replace lost revenue, the government proposes to make use of several loan offers from international and domestic lenders. These sources are in addition to the $100 million Inter-American Development Bank contingent loan for natural disasters, of which $30 million has been provisionally allocated to electrical restoration, $15 million for water restoration, $30 million for social welfare, which includes a possible extension to NIB unemployment benefits, $15 million for cleanup efforts, and $1 million for reimbursement of evacuation and shelter costs. The remaining $9 million has yet to be allocated. In respect of funding to support the restoration of electricity and water, I wish to advise the House that $10 million has been advanced so far to BPL and some $6 million to the Water and Sewage Corporation to permit them to purchase items and mobilize services to begin the restoration effort. The government is also making use of the $12.9 million from the Caribbean Catastrophic Risk Insurance Fund for related recovery costs. In addition, the government will deploy, I do ask your indulgence, I think it's important information, I hope you would agree. Give me just a couple more minutes. In addition, the government will deploy $20 million from the Extinguished Dormant Account Fund for the disaster-related recovery activities, of which $10 million will be earmarked for the mentioned support for small and medium-sized enterprises, $5 million to help defray costs related to the provision of temporary housing, and the remaining $5 million for the use by the new Ministry of Disaster Preparedness, Management and Reconstruction on specific rehabilitation and restoration efforts. Further, the government is presently in early discussions with other multilateral lenders, as well as local commercial banks, on the provision of possible loan facilities to cover the remaining financial needs. The extent that the government receives grant in money or kind from both domestic and international communities relieves the direct burden on the fiscal purse for the various social relief, rebuilding, and restoration activities. As of October 7th, 2019, the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, received approximately $5.8 million in donations from a consortium of private, corporate, foreign government, intergovernmental, and nonprofit organizations. So far, $1.9 million is being spent on the purchase of recreational vehicles or trailer homes, which will house relief workers and volunteers, and $2.8 million was spent on the mobilization of dome structures to provide the mentioned temporary housing for displaced persons. Again, these donations will continue to offset hurricane-related spending for the public sector. And as we have said, all donated money will go towards helping people. They will not be used for infrastructure costs, as was intended by the donors. As the Prime Minister has committed, the Ministry of Finance will provide a detailed report each month providing the details of both central government spending and NEMA receipts and spending towards hurricane relief efforts. The first of these reports will be produced and made public later this month. Like this government has done with budgetary reports, we shall again set the standard in accountability and transparency in respect to the substantial sums that have been raised and will be spent on these critical matters. Given that our revised projected revenue will be in the region of $2,414 million, an expenditure of $2,987.5 million as a result of Hurricane Dorian, The fiscal deficit for 2019-2020 is likely to be nearly $573.4 million, or an elevated 4.5% of GDP. This exceeds the $137 million, or 1% financial target, or fiscal target, as prescribed by the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Given this deviation, the government is required to devise and present a fiscal adjustment plan outlining three components. One, the reason for the departure from the fiscal targets, and of course that's obvious. The measures the government intends to take to get back on track, and an estimate of how long it will take to do so. As required by the Act, we intend to provide such a plan to both Parliament and the Fiscal Responsibility Council in November as part of the upcoming 2019 Fiscal Strategy Report. We will also present a supplementary Hurricane Dorian budget that will outline the adjusted revenue and spending positions alongside our request for additional borrowing authorizations. I wish to reiterate that these numbers are very preliminary. The United Nations Economic Committee on Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, and the IDB have recently been on the ground working alongside public officers to conduct a full damage and loss assessment, similar to the exercise completed following the last 3 hurricanes that hit the Bahamas. This assessment is extremely thorough and will give a more comprehensive indication of the true cost of the hurricane to both the private and public sectors, as well as the corresponding economic impact. These numbers will be used to revise our adjusted framework for the remainder of the 2019-20 and the medium-term horizon, which will detail in the supplementary budget and fiscal strategy report. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to forego the rest of the information that I wanted to communicate. The information will be shared with the press, and I'm sure they will print some of it, and I can share it with members opposite, just so they have it. But as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'm hopeful that the disaster that is now Hurricane Dorian will soon be the rock on which we build a new and better Bahamas. What looms as hopelessness and despair now will give rise to rejoicing and confidence. Yes. Lives will be restored, Mr. Speaker. Yes. And the islands of Grand Bahama and Abaco will be more resilient than ever. As the old adage goes, wisdom is to live in the present, plan for the future, and profit from the past. We must make the best of the resources we have at hand while using the lessons of our past to strategize for a more resilient and sustainable future. I mentioned earlier that the solutions to a disaster, particularly of this magnitude, is not found in any one person or any one country. This is unprecedented. And this is why we've had so many international partners come to help and to study what has happened. Indeed, it will take a myriad of past lessons, futuristic thinking, and focused strategy to bring about true change that will last. The race to restoration is certainly not a sprint. It is a marathon. And I want to say to my constituents, as they become understandably impatient about the pace of cleanup and the pace of reconstruction, that we must be sure that in rebuilding, in cleaning up in the first instance, that we are careful, that we do not trample upon persons who may be missing. And so it is a painstakingly slow process, but it is underway. As we rebuild, we must ensure that we understand the building code and the adjustments that need to be made to the building code as a result of the experiences of this storm, so that we build back in a resilient way and we do not find ourselves back here again. The prediction for storms of this nature in the future is that we will have more frequent storms and stronger storms. And so we must build with that in mind. And so I understand the rush and the need to get back into your communities and get back into your home, but I do ask for your patience as we design a system that is going to work for the future of this Bahamas and be the model for the rest of the Bahamas as we rebuild better, stronger, and more resilient than ever before. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker. I thank God for the opportunity to be here, considering all that we've heard and all that we will hear on this subject matter. I also thank the good people of Southern Shores for their vote of confidence in me. Mr. Speaker, the bill, a very short bill, an act to amend the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act to provide for evacuation, disaster, and relief orders to be made by the Prime Minister and for connected purposes. I listened to the side opposite, who on the one hand agree that everything that's in the bill is already provided for, yet on the other hand, does not support it. Is he not supporting what was already provided for? Is he not supporting? Is he not supporting what he believes should happen, since he says it's happening? But be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, I understand. I understand that, notwithstanding the fact that the focus has been predominantly on parts of Grand Bahama and parts of Abaco and the surrounding keys, that the entire Bahamas in one way, form, or fashion has been affected by Hurricane Dorian. Every Bahamian or resident can speak of someone that they are related to or acquainted with who would have been directly affected. Every Bahamian, after hearing from the Minister of Finance, the good member for East End Grand Bahama, knows that the effect to our economy is an effect to them. And so we must all be in a reflective mode, knowing that the rebuilding and the restoration that is necessary does in fact affect and include us all. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't present, but I understand that there may have been some suggestion that social services or shelters or something to that effect was not ready or were not properly provided for. I want to go on the record as saying that according to all the normal and usual practices, and according to what we could possibly anticipate based on previous incidents, all of the normal and usual protocols were followed. All the preparations were made in advance. Places designated as shelters were inspected, certified, and at the appropriate times, all shelters were open and properly manned with the relevant social services shelter managers, with the relevant security, and with the usual amenities, including groceries, etc. But you see, Mr. Speaker, normally, under ordinary circumstances, based on what has happened in the past, shelter managing for us in the Bahamas has been, you inspect the shelter, you put in place the rotation of the persons who are going to work the shelter, you move into the shelter when it starts to spry, and within 24 hours of the all clear, everybody leaves the shelter and go to their usual places of abode. This time was different, Mr. Speaker. This time was different. So different that 30-something days later, the hard-working social workers, the hard-working Defense Force workers, officers, the hard-working volunteers who started in the shelters the day before the storm arrived are still in the shelters today as we speak. And what's worse, Mr. Speaker, those persons who are expected to be strong, to console and reassure our victims, to cater to our victims, to feed, clothe, and shelter our victims, to counsel persons who would have suffered loss of loved ones and property, are themselves victims of the very same thing. But yet, they carry on. So I want to say to anyone who want to take this opportunity to score some brownie political point, to be careful, because those shelter managers, those Defense Force officers, those volunteers, they wear all the various colors. And so let's be careful how we want to use the situation to suggest that they may not be doing what they ought to, because they're not likely to forget any unnecessary attack on them. Mr. Speaker, even here in New Providence, while the eye of the storm was far from us, persons here in New Providence suffered the wrath of Dorian. There was flooding. We saw the infamous video in Pinewood. We saw videos from the southern part of New Providence, my constituency, Southern Shores, particularly those persons in the Marshall Road area. They too suffered flooding to the extent that I had to send persons out there with pumps to pump some of the water that would have settled. Mr. Speaker, I visited both Grand Bahama and Abaco. And I consider myself a tough guy, Mr. Speaker. I spent 29 years as a police officer. And very little moved me during that time. But in Grand Bahama, Mr. Speaker, after all of the formalities on that first visit, I took a drive in an area called Hudson Estates, or Call Road. And Mr. Speaker, to see everything to see everything in every house on the outside of those houses. And then I try to imagine at my age, at this stage of my life, having to start over like those people would have to. I got depressed, Mr. Speaker. I stopped somewhere, got something, and I went to bed. Mr. Speaker, I visited with our social workers and the staff from Urban Renewal. And I spent a lot of time just listening to them, allowing them to just get some stuff out. And I listened to a male social worker talk about how he would have been on the telephone speaking with his wife and family, giving them instructions on how to get into the attic. And then the phone cuts off because he would have been at work minding a shelter. And he attempted to leave the shelter to go to his house where his wife and children were, trying to get into the attic. But he couldn't make it home. So he spent the next 2 days wondering whether or not they made it in the ceiling and whether or not they were still alive. I listened to a female social worker tell me how she has 2 sons who are police officers. And she called both of her sons who were on duty at the time, probably rescuing and saving other people. And she said to them, I don't think I'm going to make it. I need one of you all to come and get me. And the response was, Mommy, we cannot come to get you. And there were many, many other stories. I couldn't necessarily say anything to them, Mr. Speaker, that I thought would make them feel any better. But it was sufficient for me to let them know that I was there to share with them, to commiserate with them, and also to give thanks for the fact that they were still there and able to tell their stories. Abaco was equally depressing. Mr. Speaker, from the time I was privileged to be appointed by the Honorable Prime Minister as a minister, I tried to practice saying yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am, and yes, sir, and no, sir, to all the members of my team, all the staff, from the ground up. But I found myself having to be almost rude to a social worker in Abaco, pregnant social worker. And I'm saying to her, the director and I have discussed that you need to leave Abaco and come to New Providence. And she says to me on the phone, but Minister, there's so much here to be done. And it might have been 40 Campbell, but I said, you get out of Abaco now. But that speaks to the kind of commitment and dedication from social workers, defense force officers, police officers, and others who have the responsibility of rescuing, protecting lives when danger presents itself, rather than doing what ordinary, sensible people do. Those first responders run into the danger. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I consider all that has happened, I'm satisfied that we in the Bahamas will be a case study for the international community. But I'm also satisfied that it is necessary for us to study ourselves, for us to look at our own protocols, policies, and procedures. There's no need for anyone to come here and pontificate and point finger, because those who had the responsibilities before, I thought and expected in their criticism, they would be able to say, well, why you didn't do it the way we did it the last time? I hear that. I hear that. And so we should use the moment to come together as a collective, as one people, to determine our future together, to move forward, upward, onward, together as a people. Mr. Speaker, you would have heard the good member for Kalani talk about the outpouring of love and donations, etc., etc. To me, that speaks of the kind of relationships that we would have fostered over the years, both locally, nationally, regionally, and internationally. And so it is important that we continue to nurture those relationships. But there's another component that I think has a lot to do with it, Mr. Speaker. I believe that there is a degree of satisfaction that those donations will end up where they are intended to end up. And so I want to say to everyone who is involved, I want to say to persons who might suggest that there's a new layer of bureaucracy, who might suggest that there is an additional form to fill out, that it is important that at the end of the day, we are able to say to persons who donated that this is where your donation ended, that the persons who were intended to receive the donations got them. From the time I became the Minister of Social Services, Mr. Speaker, I asked my team to acquaint themselves with Psalm 82. That speaks of the way we treat the poor. And I undergird that by reminding them that today we could be on one side of the table giving assistance, and then for one incident or accident, we could be on the other side of the table receiving assistance. That applies to us here too, in this honorable place, Mrs. Speaker. We have a responsibility and an opportunity to ensure that the requisite protocols, policies, and procedures are put in place, so that but for the grace of God, if tomorrow we find ourselves not here, but in some place where those incidents, those policies would apply to us, that we would be satisfied to say that they are working for us. Mr. Speaker, I take my hat off to all first responders. I take my hat off to all persons who are involved in this relief effort in any way, form, or fashion. I take my hat off to volunteers who took time and are taking time out of their busy schedules to come and help in this relief effort. Mr. Speaker, we've had reports of persons missing or unaccounted for. And in the first instance, Mr. Speaker, that number would have been over 3,000, 3,500. I'm pleased to report that the Department of Social Services is able to confirm that they've been able to contact or reconnect 950 persons. To date, the number of persons still missing or unaccounted for is 1,003 in Abaco and 205 in Grand Bahama. That is according to our records at the Department of Social Services. There are persons who would have made reports directly to the police, and there is that possibility of double reporting. But according to our records, Mr. Speaker, those names, I'm advised, will be published in the newspapers tomorrow, because we have done as much as I think we can do at this point, and we are now asking the general public to assist us. So those names will be published along with contact numbers for persons to say, I know this person, he's in Foxhill with his aunt, he's good, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, we've registered 4,514 persons coming from the islands affected. Many persons who would have gone to their families would not have stopped to our registration desk or booths. But we continue to house and shelter 900 plus persons, less than 1,000. At one point, there were close to 3,000 persons in shelters. We were running 14 shelters. Today, I can say to you that we've closed the shelter at All Saints. We will be closing this week the shelter at Pilgrim and the shelter at Foxhill Community Center. And so we will be left with two primary shelters, the shelter at the Seventh-day Adventist Church on Wolf Road and the Kendall G.L. Isaacs Gymnasium, which has the gym and 3 tents that hold 150 persons each. Mr. Speaker, to date, up to the 8th, we've given assistance to 1,883 persons in the 1 month since the passing of the storm. We've been in communication and collaboration with the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, and we've made preparation for uniform assistance for the 10,000 school-age persons who we believe, based on our census, would have been affected by the storm. Mr. Speaker, what is being done by the social services and urban renewal is the norm, save and except the numbers are exacerbated owing to the storm. But we've always been concerned about food, shelter, and clothing. And so questions are asked, how long will we have to shelter people? Well, we're hoping We're working towards a transitionary home to ensure that those persons can return to the environments that they are familiar with. But as long as it is necessary, we will shelter them. I forgot to mention that we will also have another shelter at the Calvary Baptist Church. But that doesn't change the number, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, this has been a monster storm. But as it has been said, this storm is only gonna show us how strong we are as a people. This storm has given us the opportunity to dig deep and showcase our resilience as a people. This storm has given us the opportunity to do some things in the affected places better and stronger than we did them before. And so yes, the amendments may not be perfect, but at this stage, Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to welcome and support anything that goes towards making things better. I'm prepared to support anything that goes towards making our people safer. That said, Mr. Speaker, Southern Shores supports this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for South Beach.
May it please, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been a part of many hurricanes in the Bahamas. Had the honor of helping to keep our people calm and providing information for them as a radio and television commentator. In my short years on this earth, I can remember only two circumstances outside of this recent experience where I would have been afraid. One occurred on September the 4th, 1965. When as a young Form 2 student of St. Augustine's College in Fox Hill, Father Burton Bloms, our headmaster at the time, came into our brand new campus on the lower bottom hill and advised that we had to leave school immediately because Hurricane Betsy was coming. Betsy had passed the Bahamas and had turned around and came back, 1965. Remembered it well. Remember it because, Mr. Speaker, the school was brand new and you had to buy a special pair of shoes not to mark up the floor. We couldn't afford any shoes. We were not like the rich member of Kalani. And we were from Camp Road, sir. So we were not able to. So I remembered having to take off my shoes at the door because According to Father Burton, it would have marked up the brand new floor of St. Augustine's. The second time that I remember being very afraid was on October the 6th, 2016, my birthday, in fact, when the Hurricane Matthew came through Long Island. My aunt, my father's sister, was missing for several days, and they eventually found that she had to hang on to the roof of St. Athanasius Church in South Long Island because the water had come up so high. And then the third time, Mr. Speaker, was just this past September 1st, 2nd, passage of Dory. Came very close because, as we have heard by the member for East Grand Bahama, you have people you know, people you love, people with whom you are related, to whom you are related. In fact, members of this executive team, cabinet, suffered through that experience. You can remember the member for Marco City. We had been trying to reach him for a day and a half, 2 days without success, raising each time our deep concern about his safety, as you would have heard a moment ago from the member for Central Grand Bahama. So, sir, this experience called Dorian, very personal to every single member of this Bahamian society and community. It is a one that has had profound effects on the educational establishment in our country. In my lifetime, I have not known of having such serious displacement of students, administrators, and support staff in and through our education. And I wish today, sir, to give a progress, as it were, report on the efforts being made by the Ministry of Education to restore normalcy to the lives of our many displaced members of the education community, teachers, students, and other personnel from Abaco and Grand Bahama. And it is not just a matter of displacement, sir, in respect of those particular individuals, but it has had, in some instances, a phenomenally shattering impact on the lives of our Bahamian citizens and residents across our archipelago. We have listened to many survivor stories, sir, some of them very vivid. And among those, nevertheless, are accounts of resilience and heroism, yea, even tragedy. But most importantly, sir, deep faith in God's omnipotence. One thing that I have gathered in all of this, Mr. Speaker, is that our people are ready to rebuild their lives, particularly for the sake of their children. One of the most definitive ways that they can do so is through education. And if you would permit me, sir, please allow me to just give a short background to the information that would have been provided to you by the member for Kalami, our Prime Minister. Just as a refreshment of these details of the circumstance in which our educational establishment at today finds itself. Immediately after the storm on September the 12th, the Ministry of Education initiated what we call a registration process in collaboration with 6 other government agencies to provide a comprehensive one-stop registration process at the National Stadium to capture the relevant information of displaced Bahamian students so that they could be properly placed in New Providence or other schools around our country. This would be students from K3 to grade 12. Those other agencies included the Ministry of Health, who provided a wellness check as well as other health screening, the Department of Social Services, sustenance for housing and clothing and other life enhancement assistance, National Insurance Board for verification, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, sporting and recreational activities, counseling services by the Department of Education and the Royal Bahamas Police Force for advice. When the school year opened in September of this year, Mr. Speaker, there were 2,500 students registered in the Abaco district and approximately 7,000 in Grand Bahama. As of this day, we have registered at the National Stadium approximately 1,400 students, and of that number, some 1,200 have received letters of placement in schools in New Providence. There remain approximately 250 to 300 that are still being processed and are not placed for various reasons, including ensuring that the schools to which they would ordinarily be affiliated, meaning those closest to where they live or are now presently sheltered, may have exceeded or have reached their capacity. So adjustments are being made in terms of those and their registration. We are also, sir, in the process of determining students in the various family islands. We know that students from Grand Bahama and Abaco, in particular Abaco, have gone to Spanish Wells, Harbor Island, as well as in Eleuthera, South Eleuthera in particular, Andros, and we are also advised that there are students who have left the Bahamas and have gone to the United States, some of which live with family members and others in shelters. Shortly after the hurricane, Mr. Speaker, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education, Mrs. Lorraine Brister, wrote to those private schools that are beneficiaries of the government subvention and requested of them their ability, according to their capacity, to accommodate students, if we needed them to, from these islands, Abaco and Grand Bahama. Quite a number of those schools gave us an indication, both primary, pre, junior high, as well as senior high schools, of varying amounts that they were able to accommodate. And we are in, again, the process of gathering those demographics. We can tell you, sir, that a few hundred such students are in those schools. And to assist those respective schools, private schools, we have committed to adjusting their government subvention according to the respective number of students. Those students who are assigned to the government schools or private schools, every effort, as I indicated, sir, is being made to place them in a school closest to their place of residence. And it is the aim of the Ministry of Education, in collaboration with the aforementioned agencies, ministries, and departments, to bring this registration process to a close by the end of this week. If necessary, we will continue, but it appears if it is not. And they are winding down to a place where it's only now a trickle. At its peak, Mr. Speaker, we were registering approximately 150 students per day. And that was the capacity because the nature of the registration process required some extended period of time for these students to be properly engaged. The most difficult, challenging time was with the Ministry of Health because many of these students could not produce immunization records. So we had to take the precaution of ensuring that they were immunized and therefore having to do it a second time. On September the 19th, our team, led by myself and the Permanent Secretary, Director of Education, Deputy Permanent Secretary for the Physical Plan, Financial Controller, along with the District Superintendent of Abaco, Mrs. Dominique Russell, went and visited Abaco and Grand Bahama. I wish to make a comment about Mrs. Russell. She herself was a victim of this storm, sir, because her home was flattened and she had to essentially run for her life. She is in Nassau now, living with relatives. She is in an office at the Ministry of Education, and we are eternally grateful to her for her continuing fierce commitment to assist in redeeming the educational establishment in Abaco and in Grand Bahama. While there, we saw firsthand the damage to the schools in the Freeport area, spoke with administrators, teachers, support staff, work crews, administrators informing us of the damages to the school, and as Prime Minister, the member of Kalani would have noted, 2 schools are very seriously damaged and will take some time for its reconstruction. The Hugh Campbell experienced extensive damage and will not open as quickly as we would like, certainly not in time with, rather not correspondent to the other schools, as well as the Maurice Moore School, which suffered extensive damage. There are 16 schools in Grand Bahama, Speaker, 14 of which we expect to be reopened as soon as the Ministry of Works, in completion with its scopes and costing and repairs, gives us the all clear. And as you would have also again heard, sir, the challenge in Grand Bahama particularly is the fact of the water circumstance. The pressure is inconsistent, and so there's a challenge and difficulty with the flushing and the use of the evacuation procedures and methodologies. That's mean flushing the toilets. And as well as the fact also that the salinity content is quite high, sir. And water is being, residents are invited to run their water, as the Prime Minister indicated, so that we could get to the place where the water returns to the fresh lens that we need in order for students. Now, of course, there are those who say, you know, we could bring in bottled water and a host of other remedies, but we have taken the decision that until such time as the toilets can flush and students can go into the bathrooms and use, and staff members, that we don't feel that the place is safe enough, sir, for the students and teachers and staff to return, number one. Number two, we have also been advised that because of the water damage, that there is significant mold presence, and that has to be remediated. And until such time as it is, and an all clear is provided, especially with the assistance of the new ministry, the students are not going to be allowed back in school. We are committed to the safety and the protection and the well-being of our students. Now, I know, sir, that parents and students are concerned with the loss of instructional time, particularly for students taking national examinations, BJCs, BGCSE. The ministry now is working feverishly to gather up its virtual classroom facilities. That too, Mr. Speaker, is contingent upon BTC and Cable Bahamas being able to lay down their internet capability, which they have promised us that they are doing as quickly as is possible. And as a result, as soon as well, once that possibility exists and we find some alternative facilities, then we could provide by way of a virtual classroom circumstance or school support for those students who would need the time to make up their curriculum studies. Let me also say that there is active consideration by the ministry to make an adjustment to this school calendar year. What do I mean? And I wish only to say it, that consideration is being given. No final decision has been made, but we are looking very closely at shortening the time of the usual breaks. You know, for instance, there's a 10 or so day break during Easter time. That is likely to be short, number one. There are a number of other non-instructional days in the school's calendar year, Mr. Speaker, that we are considering eliminating. For instance, teacher professional days or midterms and so on, in order for us to make up, because in the ministry. It's a little more difficult to deal with the Christmas break, only because we have the New Year's and the Christmas time, and we come as close to Christmas in our break as is possible. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is the curriculum as it is set up in the Ministry of Education requires 180 days to be completed. 180 contact, we call it contact days, to be completed. All right? And that includes, well, it doesn't include those days when the students are out, like fun day and sports days and a host of things, all right? So we are looking again, I'm only saying we are looking at eliminating some of those sporting activities, especially the ones that are kind of what we consider to be duplication. Championships that, in our minds are not necessary. Because there's an independent championship, then there's a national championship, and there's a regional championship. We figure those days can be recaptured and the students can have a better opportunity of instructional time. We also taught Abaco, and because of the shortness of the time, we will be going back. We were only able to view the Patrick J. Bethel High School. That school, I suggest to you respectfully, Mr. Speaker, is in very bad shape. And along with our considerations from the engineers and the Ministry of Works, consideration is now being given as to how we will reconstruct, rather repair, if possible. It may be that that school will have to be virtually rebuilt, but that is a matter that is under very serious consideration at this time. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, there were many teachers, and especially from Abaco administrators, who had to be, who were displaced and brought to New Providence and elsewhere. Again, as a result, these teachers were able to benefit from allowances that are provided in the public service. You may have heard the member for East Grand Bahama speak to this, if he did get to it. But I just wish to say that the government, as you would have heard now, common knowledge, provided a $1,000 grant. But as well, the teachers who had to relocate also benefited from a $2,600 grant amounting to some $660,000 for 197 Abaco teachers and administrators. I must say to you, Mr. Speaker, that the relocation of administrators and teachers were much more significant from Abaco than they were from Grand Bahama. I think it was just dozens of teachers and students from Grand Bahama, rather than, as you would have heard, hundreds and hundreds from Abaco. This reconstruction and repair effort that the Ministry of Education has undergone in these past month now has been ably, and I would say generously and admirably supported by international aid partners to whom we owe an enormous and incalculable debt of gratitude. These would include UNICEF, who praised us for our efforts at this registration process. They say they've never seen it done that way, and they are using that model for other disaster circumstances, that one-stop shop. Grateful to the Ministry of Social Services, to the Adventist Development and Relief Agency, who assisted us in the provision of portable RO plants, to Isra Aid, an NGO out of Israel, who is a specialist focused particularly on trauma relief, psychological and psychiatric care. Speak a little bit more about that in a minute. Team Rubicon from the United States, most diligent team of, I call them experts because they are experts. They are architects and engineers who came in and did a phenomenal job, particularly with the Abaco Central, school, but also some help in Grand Bahama. There's a company out of, the company I say, NG out of, I think, Ireland, based in Ireland, called the Global Emergency Relief, Recovery and Reconstruction. They say GR3, they just simply call themselves GR3. They are also specialists with debris management and removal, doing a phenomenal job. And these agencies and their efforts from the Ministry of Education side were being assisted by our point person in the person of the Deputy Director, Ms. Sharon Poitier, so that we could synchronize whatever assistance they could and were providing to the Ministry of Education. Because of Israel Aid in particular, Mr. Speaker, they were able to assist our guidance counselors, school psychologists, teachers, and attendance officers in 2-day psychosocial counseling for themselves and for children and for the students. To date, 85 such officers have received that training, talking about guidance counselors, school psychologists, and so on. I am advised that several, of course, they will continue until they capture as many as they could. And I'm advised that some 80 teachers have also had the benefit of that training. Their plan is to travel to Exuma in Grand Bahama to provide similar training for teachers and counselors on that island. What I have seen, sir, so far is and has renewed my confidence in the human spirit. I spend and extend a tremendous debt of, again, gratitude and respect for our police officers, our immigration and law enforcement officers, defense force officers, who themselves in Grand Bahama, Abaco, would have suffered some loss and deprivation, but found themselves, offered themselves to provide assistance to our community. Seeing doctors, including Dr. Ernest Stremski from Maryland, engineers and other foreign professionals who are a part of Team Rubicon, carting away rubble and debris from schools in Grand Bahama. Spoke with members of the Jamaica Defense Force, along with our own Bahamas Defense Force, who are assisting in the cleanup efforts at the Central Abaco Primary School. As we indicated, so there are thousands of students who have been assisting and are being assisted through our registration effort, and many of whom today now have received support in getting back to school and are well on their way. The only updated information, further updated information I have for you, sir, is that many of us, again, people in Abaco are asking about the soon start of school for their island. We have embarked upon what we expect to be quite a substantial repair bill for in particular, the Grand Bahama school community. We are in the throes at this moment of some 16 Grand Bahama schools. We have ordered and have received by donation furniture and furnishings, educational supplies. We are also having to contract busing and security companies to assist those students who are in shelters or otherwise brought here to New Providence so that they could enjoy as normal, as it were, a life as may be possible. Now, I wish, again, as the member for Kalani would have indicated, sir, there are schools, however, that are operating on these various islands. In particular, in Abaco, for some period of time during the day, Moores Island All-Age School, Cherokee Sound Primary, Crossing Rocks, James Pender, and Foxtown Primaries are operating. I'm advised that Amy Roberts, that's in Green Bay, is operating a part of the day. That school also suffered a significant damage, Mr. Speaker. And what Dorian has taught us in the Ministry of Education. First of all, we began last year, January, a digitization process in our education establishment. This year, it evolved to the extent where we have now a virtual school process underway for the Southern Islands, the Maikal constituency in particular, to assist primarily with those schools that do not have teachers, especially in the specialist areas. This storm has taught us that we need to ramp up, as it were, our efforts to digitize the educational system of the Bahamas, because in situations, as the member for Kalani would have indicated, where it is very likely that we are going to see storms of this nature in the future, and where there would be facilities operative that could accommodate students, though not necessarily their various schools, that schools can continue through the facility of the internet. And again, the rebuilding process is going to enable this by having underground facilities, secured underground facilities. And students would be able to continue their educational instruction. And even if they are not respectfully on that particular island, wherever they happen to be, Mr. Speaker, through the benefit of a device, one of their own, they can tune into a virtual class that is being conducted anywhere in the Bahamas. That effort we have to accelerate, because again, we don't know when that next effort, that next misfortune will come our way. We are on that pathway now. I'm happy to report that we have now concluded the fiber optic cabling of some 40 schools, which means we are 25% on the way. And we are making great effort in Grand Bahama. Thanks for the clap, give me time to drink some water. Making great effort in Grand Bahama and Abaco, number one. Number two, considering the realities of the life in which we live and the fact that we are in what they call a hurricane valley, Mr. Speaker, we are going to have to rebuild or build schools that are hurricane shelters. It's that simple. For instance, there is a company, an NGO, a foundation that is interested in rebuilding the Hope Town, that's primary school, yes, I'm finished now. Hope Town Primary School. And the genius of our own collective efforts suggests, Mr. Speaker, that they are designing a school that would be hurricane ready, up to a category 7. Now, I know that's not on the scale. I'm serious. Yes, such that if the students are caught in a hurricane, they would have nothing to worry about and school can continue. That it would be all encompassing without any difficulty. The Member of Parliament for South Abaco can explain this a little later when he has an opportunity. There has to be that kind of facility in our schools. Because as it stands now, Mr. Speaker, if a student wants to leave the English class and go to the biology class, he has to go outside. Or if he wants to leave a class and go to the bathroom, or if he wants to go to the cafeteria, or any other part of the school, he has to go outside. And in an inclement circumstance, particularly one where you have difficulty with the weather, that's a danger to those students. I'm even talking about small students, young students. We would have to reconsider. And as the Prime Minister said, this has taught us that we have to think differently and we have to act differently. And in education, we will act and think differently. South Beach supports this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Angleton.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm wondering whether the Minister, the member for South Beach, would be able to give us, went through the schools, an update on CH reads, because I think the teachers have been out for a week, and the prefects are holding the classes, and there's a concern about the prolonged nature of this situation. If you could advise us, what are the issues and what are we looking at in terms of this disruption?
If I may.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for South Beach.
Yes, may I advise the member for Angliston that that matter has now been resolved and classes will resume as normal tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is only by the goodwill and the support of the people of Elizabeth that I stand here today. And I want to frame my contribution today by taking note of the fact that today is the 9th of October, 2019, which in and of itself is of no great significance, perhaps. But tomorrow, October the 10th, is World Mental Health Day. Mr. Speaker, 1/4 of us adults suffer from some sort of mental condition. And 1 in 10 children suffer from some diagnosed. Notice I said us. I didn't say y'all. I said us. Now these conditions make it hard for people to work. It makes it very hard to get through the day. It makes it hard for them to interact with the important people of their lives. And I would like you, Mr. Speaker, as I speak about and provide Elizabeth's support for this amendment, to look at Dorian in the context of the tremendous impact on the mental health of the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. It was indeed the most intense tropical cyclone ever to hit the Bahamas. It was the second hurricane, the 4th named storm, and the first major hurricane of the 2019 Atlantic hurricane season. And while in theory it only impacted 75,000 or so people in Abaco and Grand Bahama, it indeed probably affected all of us. It left, in terms of confirmed dead, 61 persons confirmed, many, many hundreds still missing. And even though Dorian is long gone, there are so many pieces to pick up. So many lives that have been disrupted, and many have been left feeling with low spirits, and some of them have no hope. The 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama, once said, the best way to not feel hopeless is to get up and do something. Don't wait for good things to happen to you. If you go out and make some good things happen, you will fill the world with hope, and you will fill yourself with hope. And so against this backdrop, Mr. Speaker, I rise as the Minister of Health to discharge my responsibility to report to this honorable House the activities of my ministry, inclusive of the Department of Public Health, the Public Hospital Authority, and all others in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian. And yes, I stand to give some hope that all is not lost, to say that we all have to go up, to get up, to go out and make things happen. This is no time for us to get faint, no time for us to get weary, and no time for us to turn on each other. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member for Kalani spoke to some of the challenges of the health system, and I will try not to repeat what has already been said. But Hurricane Dorian wreaked havoc on the health system and our ability to deliver health care, particularly to the patients and citizens in Abaco and Grand Bahama. On the island of Abaco, 2 clinics were completely destroyed, in Hopetown and Manawar Key. The roof of the Hopetown clinic was badly damaged, and health services are now being provided out of a private residence. I am happy to report, however, that the facility will be replaced And the cost will be borne not by the government, but by the people of that community who have generously offered to replace it. Despite some flooding and moderate to severe roof damage, most of the other clinics are usable. That includes Marsh Harbor, Treasure Key, Cooperstown, Foxtown, Green Turtle Key, and Sandy Point. Medical records in these clinics remain intact, and medical supplies are well stocked. New generators were needed for Cooperstown and Foxtown, and both of them have had new generators placed. We still have to replace laboratory and x-ray facilities, and the residential area for doctors and nurses requires urgent attention and repairs at Marsh Harbor. In the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, we heard many true stories of how countless residents in Abaco left their homes or apartment buildings in Marsh Harbor and headed to the Marsh Harbor Clinic. This facility was like a refuge and lifeline to many. Initially, there were some 300 people taking shelter there, but in the aftermath of the storm, we have on record as many as 1,400 people seeking refuge in the clinic. And in the midst of personal loss of property and even loved ones, doctors, nurses, and other staff members assigned to the clinic stayed the course during and after the storm until they were relieved by medical teams dispatched from New Providence. And so I would like to pause for a moment to thank these medical professionals who did absolute yeoman's work. Our gratitude and appreciation can never be enough to compensate them for the sacrifice that they have endured. I want to say kudos to the National Insurance Board and the firm of Alvin K. Roll and all those associated with the construction of the Marsh Harbor Clinic. This building sustained 185 mile-an-hour winds and Marsh Harbor, and over 220 mile-per-hour gusts. And despite these extreme conditions, it remains standing as a beacon of light and a beacon of hope. Now, Mr. Speaker, while the devastation in Abaco appeared more blatantly to the eyes, Grand Bahama, I believe, endured the greater fury of Hurricane Dorian when it stalled over the island. And initial assessments of the healthcare system will demonstrate that Grand Bahama's healthcare system was indeed crippled with numerous challenges. The Rand Memorial Hospital has suffered a massive blow. As the storm crossed Grand Bahama, 75% of the facility flooded, so about 2.5 feet. But it was not with rainwater alone, but what we call black water or sewage, stool-contaminated water. And so even after cleaning, we have residual contamination of most of the clinical areas, the ICU, the operating room, the wards, and the business spaces. Despite cleaning, we have now an overgrowth of mold. We have assessed the situation, and we have determined that in order to have any chance of returning to that facility, at least the 75% that has been taken out of commission, that we will have to rip out, tear down, remove, or in surgical terms, debride everything that is unsafe or unfit, even if it means removing walls, flooring, equipment, etc. Whatever is left after that thorough process, only that skeleton will be reused. And if that is inadequate, we will have to rebuild using modular structures. We have commitments for revamping the electrical system, the kitchen, the wards, and the equipment. 2 clinics in Grand Bahama have been destroyed at High Rock and Pelican Point. 4 clinics remain non-operational: Grand Key, McLean's, Freetown, and Sweetings Key. So currently, there are really only 2 clinics, original clinics, operational in Grand Bahama, and that includes 8 Mile Rock, Hawksbill Clinic, and now West End should be on stream. With so many clinics non-operational in Abaco and Grand Bahama, you would think that primary care services would be at great risk. Mr. Speaker, we lost all but one emergency vehicle in Grand Bahama. One ambulance remained after Dorian. I am pleased to report, however, that we have had tremendous support from a number of international groups, including Samaritan's Purse, International Medical Corporation, Heart to Heart International, and AmeriCares. From these and other donors, we have accepted tons of medical supplies. We have accepted 12 ambulances, Mr. Speaker, 2 of which have already been flown, not taken by boat, flown into Grand Bahama. Several will be transferred to Abaco, and some have been used to augment EMS services in the capital. We've had donations of generators, durable medical supplies, medication, and mobile clinics. Samaritan's Purse is a mobile 40-bed hospital equipped to serve outpatients, inpatients, and to provide specialty care. To date, Mr. Speaker, and they have been in operation just about 1 month, they have seen 3,785 patients. What? They have admitted 183, and they have done 77 surgical operations. They have blended in with the people of Grand Bahama, and they currently operate with 40% local staff and 60% international staff. And they are in the facility right across the street from the RAND's campus. The International Medical Corporation has been stationed in East Grand Bahama, and Heart to Heart is operating out of Treasure Key. AmeriCares has been giving support at the Kendall G. L. Isaacs Gymnasium and proposes to soon move to Hopetown to render more assistance. In addition to the EMTs assisting the Bahamas, we have been the recipient of assistance from 3 members of the Child Life Disaster Relief Team, which has been working in the Bahamas since Saturday, the 28th of September. They provide psychosocial support and therapeutic interventions, particularly to minimize the effects of trauma to some 200 children at the Kendall G. L. Isaacs Gym, the Ranfley Home for Children, and the Children's Emergency Hostel. This team, since arriving, has identified a number of consistent themes that we are seeing in our children, Mr. Speaker. When they play, there are recurring themes of destruction and rebuilding, aggression, and the need for deep connection and counseling, all of which are expected responses to trauma. The team has also recognized the need for adult interventions and has provided support and reflective listening for parents and staff members. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is an appropriate time for me to talk about post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a real entity that you cannot diagnose in less than 30 days after an event. Post-traumatic stress disorder is a mental health condition which is triggered by a traumatic or dreadful event, which is either experienced or witnessed. 75,000 people experienced it, the rest of us witnessed it. And so we are all potentially at risk for PTSD. Some of the symptoms include flashbacks, nightmares, and anxiety. In children, we can see sleep disorders, which we can see in adults as well, and behavioral disorders. Now, in preparation for Hurricane Dorian, or in preparation for the hurricane season, my ministry, along with PAHO, facilitated a training in psychological first aid on July 24, 2019, when we trained 30 individuals across the health system. Within a week after the passage of Hurricane Dorian, we began to deploy psychological first aid teams into both Abaco and Grand Bahama. And since that time, we've had a steady rotation of physicians and nursing staff exposed to mental health skills. The next time that we did this was about 2 weeks subsequent to the initial rotation. Mr. Speaker, what is clear is that the mental health needs of Bahamians, the mental health needs of all of us who have been affected, those needs are great. Dorian has traumatized us all. We need to be caring of each other. We have to be empathetic with each other. We need to be non-judgmental, and we need to be as supportive and as giving as we can. While we support the role of religious or pastoral care, we ask that the care that people need be primarily from trained health workers that have training in mental health or psychology or psychiatry, which is not to say that there's not a role for religious or pastoral care. There are some specialist qualifications that would improve the outcomes of individuals impacted by PTSD. I would like to go on record to publicly thank all of the EMTs, emergency medical teams, and the child life disaster relief teams for coming to the aid. I also want to say thank you to the U.S. military, and in particular the Coast Guard, who transported the critically injured, the walking wounded, and our relief medical teams from Abaco and Grand Bahama during the hardest times of the crisis. Now let me turn to reconstruction. Mr. Speaker, we have been dealt a massive blow, and we now need to make deliberate decisions quickly but carefully, without excess pontification or dithering. We cannot rebuild Grand Bahama or Abaco without adequate health services. We cannot restore Grand Bahama or Abaco unless the basic needs of returning residents, workers, peace officers, and civil servants are guaranteed. And so we have to ensure that the water is safe. We have to ensure that the right things are done to avoid the challenges of vector-borne diseases, paying attention to the mosquito populations and the rat population. We will assure that the mental health issues are tackled. We cannot invite people to return home unless they feel safe. So we shall repair our health facilities and repurpose our community health services. In order to repair and restore the damage sustained by the primary healthcare services sector in Abaco and Grand Bahama, multiple collaborative meetings have been held with local and international stakeholders. And these teams, including non-governmental organizations, universities, health systems, private individuals, charities, etc., have committed to reviewing their resources to back the Bahamas in its recovery effort. We have also received recommendations that where we are unable to rebuild immediately, that we could use modular clinics in Abaco and Grand Bahama. These modular clinics are constructed to meet the same design and specifications of a traditionally built clinic in half the time. A modular clinic provides an alternative space to deliver healthcare services while the damaged permanent clinic is being repaired or renovated. And such structures allow repairs and renovations to be completed swiftly. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we are giving consideration to using modular clinics in Abaco and Grand Bahama. Let me say categorically that we recognize that the definitive solution for Grand Bahama must be and will be a new climate change resilient, purpose-built hospital. And that clinical facility should rise as the city of Freeport rises and as the people of Grand Bahama rise. So rise we must and rise we shall. All of these solutions are considered interim, short, or medium-term solutions. We have had the support of the Pan American Health Organization and the World Health Organization. PAHO, which is the only United Nations agency with a physical presence in the Bahamas, has worked shoulder to shoulder with the Ministry of Health for many decades on various health matters over the years. With the passing of Hurricane Dorian, this support has only grown. We have seen and felt the outpouring of PAHO and WHO's assistance in this, our greatest time of need. We have established through PAHO a special Bahamas Health Relief Fund. We have been visited by the director of PAHO, Dr. Carissa Etienne, and by Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, the Director General of the World Health Organization. Dr. Tedros subsequently, after touring Grand Bahama and Abaco, made a courtesy call on the Most Honorable Prime Minister following his return from attending the United Nations General Assembly meeting. I am pleased to note that Dr. Tedros, after seeing firsthand the devastation to the communities of Abaco and Grand Bahama, said, and I quote, "Hurricane Dorian is another urgent reminder that we must address the drivers of climate change and invest more in resilient communities. The longer we wait, the more people will suffer. We need to keep the world and people safe," end quote. PAHO has mobilized 20 additional staff members to assist with Hurricane Dorian relief. They have also engaged with the Department of Environmental Health for vector surveillance, specifically for mosquitoes and rodents, as I've said, for pesticide application, and for other important matters. Mr. Speaker, healthcare in the shelters has been provided by medical teams of doctors and nurses. There have been some themes that we've noted, and we have, at the Ministry of Health, sought to address some concerns. They include the resistance of non-Bahamians to obtain medical treatment or to attend a doctor due to their being afraid to be reported or deported. The need to bring awareness of shelter residents to take care of their physical and mental health, and the challenge of expectant mothers being afraid to seek antenatal care. Mr. Speaker, in healthcare, we do not discriminate, and we take care of all persons as they present. As far as surveillance, I can say that there are no communicable diseases or unusual medical events reported as a result of Hurricane Dorian on the islands of Abaco or Grand Bahama, although we have had sporadic cases of gastroenteritis and scabies in the shelters. Sporadic, I think 1 or 2 cases of scabies in the shelters. I am pleased to report that all shelters in Grand Bahama, New Providence, and Eleuthera, all operational health facilities in Grand Bahama and Abaco, and all emergency medical teams operating in the country have been providing daily reports for surveillance to the headquarters, to our EOC. We have also created 12 new public service announcements in both English and Creole, and those messages include water safety, the importance of seeing a doctor, especially if you have diabetes or high blood pressure, waste management, how to prevent respiratory illness, and others. As it relates to supplies management and logistics, the Ministry of Health and the PHA has established a supplies management and logistics team, and the goal was to provide support for the on-the-ground team. To accommodate a more efficient process, appropriate storage facilities for donated medical supplies was identified, and all supplies are being logged digitally, and it's proposed that we will maintain this heightened capacity for up to 1 year. We are also in the process of engaging auditors for the purpose of conducting an assessment of all donations received in connection with the relief efforts associated with Hurricane Dorian. It is our intention to ensure that every donation is accounted for in a transparent and accountable manner. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I close, even though we were focused on Hurricane Dorian, the nature of the Ministry of Health is such that even as we are focused on one thing, there are other major issues going on. And on Friday, the 4th of October, the nation was placed in suspense as 49 of our young students were exposed to a serious health hazard while riding a bus to school in Andros. What unfolded over the next 12 hours was nothing short of amazing. When the clinic staff at Fresh Creek Andros quickly and competently assessed and managed the clinical issues. They were assisted by personnel from all over Andros, including the military at Autech, air evacuation teams, emergency medical teams at PMH, PMH patient advocate groups, the Ministry of Health South Beach Health Center staff, and the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, additional help and oxygen was provided to these children suffering from what we believe to be carbon monoxide poisoning. Their families were kept informed, and air evacuation teams flew flight after flight after flight until all 49 students, the bus driver, and family members were brought to Nassau and thoroughly reviewed at the Princess Margaret Hospital. We had an army of emergency medical technicians who ensured that they were safely transferred to PMH, which went into mass casualty protocols. Staff emerged to quickly and expertly manage the need of these youngsters. And patient advocate teams and the Ministry of Education staff attended to the concerns and needs of all the families. And by evening, it was clear that all was going to be well. I am happy to report that all of these students have now returned to Fresh Creek. Very good. Mr. Speaker, Geraldine Solon so wisely opined, a lesson for all of us is that for every loss there is victory. For every sadness there is joy. And when you think you've lost everything, there is hope. Many have lost material things, Mr. Speaker. Some have lost loved ones. But through it all, we still serve and we still have a mighty God, and we have each other. We might be down, Bahamas, but still we rise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Mount Moriah. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I do so move that the business of this House continue beyond 7 p.m.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do extend beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. It is ordered that the business of this House will extend beyond the 7 p.m. hour. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
I just wanted the House to be aware that we're going to have another two speakers, the Minister for National Security, the member for Mount Moriah, and the member for Long Island, and then we will break for the House will suspend until next week, Wednesday.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Mount Moriah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It is again my privilege, Mr. Speaker, to rise in this honorable House as I make my contribution to the Disaster Preparedness and Response Amendment Act. Mr. Speaker, before making my substantive contribution to this debate, on behalf of my family, the staff at the Ministry of National Security, and myself, I would like to once again extend a heartfelt sympathy to all of the residents in the Abacos and Grand Bahama who have endured Hurricane Dorian. However, amidst the destruction are stories of a resilient people, many of whom have vowed to rebuild and continue to render assistance to their fellow residents in need. Mr. Speaker, I recently had the opportunity to visit both Grand Bahama and Abaco, where I, along with the Commissioner of Police and the Commodore of the Defense Force and their leadership team, assessed some of the most devastated parts of both islands. In the former, I met Ms. Zenobia Duncombe, whose home was flooded during the surge. Despite having lost everything, including precious pictures and mementos of her children, she and her family volunteered at the relief efforts organized by NEMA. I also met Officer Mackey from High Rock, whose home sustained major damage. Yet he remained hopeful and vowed to stay in his settlement to rebuild and to protect and serve. In Abaco, Mr. Speaker, I met the acting chief consular, John Pinder, who, despite losing his home, is leading the cleanup efforts and assisting residents in Hopetown. Meanwhile, in Guanakee, Mr. Troy Albury has been organizing the community relief efforts and have graciously provided assistance to law enforcement personnel deployed to that island. And Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Albury actually during the storm, where the officer there on that island of Guanakee was actually living during the time of the storm and after the storm. So we're grateful to persons like him. Mr. Speaker, almost everyone I met shared their stories of setbacks, failures, and tragedies as a result of Dorian. However, despite the many painful and frightening experiences, the end statements were usually the same. We are strong, we are Bahamians, and we will bounce back. How and where we find joy and success in the daily struggles post-Dorian is largely dependent on our ability to persevere through even the toughest adversities without ever giving up. That is the hope of both Abaconians and Grand Bahamians, and Bahamians in general, and by extension, everyone throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. While in Grand Bahama and Abaco, I also had the opportunity to meet and interact with relief workers, including first responders, both nationally and internationally. And Mr. Speaker, at this time, I believe it would be remiss if I failed to mention this fact. There are some out there who continue to say that this government, this Hubert Minnis-led government, would have done nothing in preparing for this storm. But when we look about and we see all of the first responders, not only from our country, but across the globe, across our region, and when we see all of the NGOs and all of those persons who have come from far and abroad to assist, we're an independent and a sovereign country. You just can't show up without first being invited. And so when we saw the team from CARICOM, from Jamaica, from Trinidad, the Defense Force officers from throughout the region, as well as the police officers, they didn't just waltz in here. When we saw the Americans, who were the first responders, Coast Guard, Army, led by 4-Star General O'Shaughnessy from Northcom, DEA, FBI, and the name goes on. When we saw them, they couldn't just come into the country. There had to have been some engagement and some preparation and some organization. And that was led by the member for Galani, our leader, our cabinet, and our government. And as a result of all of the preparation that took place leading up to this event, all of the constant engagement and telephone calls and communications by our leader, and the press conferences held, and the prep meeting with NEMA, and all of that, we got to the point where we were able to respond, and respond in a very resounding fashion to the storm. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is unlike anything that we would have experienced before. So we talk about one of the most powerful cyclones that would have ever traversed the Atlantic. And the level of devastation on our major islands like Grand Bahama and Abaco
Well, what most people don't recognize, Mr. Speaker, is this fact, that we were not managing one disaster. We were managing multiple disasters. And so you can imagine a country of some 350,000 people having to address the issues in two of our major islands, second and third, Grand Bahama and Abaco. But added to that, what most people do not take into account, that we also had the Keys to deal with. And while we enjoy the fact that we are an archipelago and we sell ourselves as that, and it's a good marketing strategy. But Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about dealing with disasters, this is a different story. Because you can't drive a car from Nassau to Abaco, nor Grand Bahama, nor the Keys. You have to traverse it by vessel. The airports were all inundated with water. The streets were all blocked up by debris. We don't have helicopters, Mr. Speaker. But the leader for Kalani was smart enough to know that we needed to engage international assistance. And that is what we did. And so there are some who say that, oh, we could have gotten boats there. But even after the storm had passed, we had swells in excess of 10 feet. What boat would we have gotten there? What boats do we have to get there? Should we have left our vessels, the Bahamian people's monies that we would have invested over almost $300 million, and leave those vessels in port, only to be destroyed? So the Commodore and his team had to put into effect an avoidance strategy to protect the Bahamian people's assets. So, Mr. Speaker, there were days after the storm where the only method of transportation, Mr. Speaker, was helicopter. That's the reality. Helicopter. We don't have helicopters. We're thankful to the Charge d'Affaires and the United States government for responding to our immediate needs. And there were days where we had to use helicopters to get to Abaco and parts of Grand Bahama and the Keys, and treacherous winds. The night the Coast Guard rescued those persons on Abaco, I looked out of my window because I knew that they were coming. And I said, my, how could they fly in this weather? So sometimes we don't comprehend what our first responders are having to endure and go through just to save lives. And then we had the British, who had a vessel that was large enough that were able to take some of our officers. And had they, that is our Defense Force officers, and our police officers and the British, and then followed by the Dutch, had they not taken preventive steps to clear the streets, to make the airports usable again, had they not done that, then we would have still been using helicopters and clear the ports. Because too, we know that there was significant amount of debris in the harbor. So you could not just pull a boat up. These are the complications of dealing with an archipelago, especially in a natural disaster. And so, yes, there will come a time when we have to assess our actions. But we should not be hard on ourselves, because our response was adequate. Our leader did the right thing. Many of us have still yet They have taken a weekend off because of the constant meetings after meetings after meetings. There were days we go into cabinet on a Saturday, we come out on a Sunday morning. Because we have a leader and a government who understands the weight of its responsibility and who are doing what is necessary to ensure that our brothers and sisters on Grand Bahama and Abaco, that their needs are attended to. He saw the need for the establishment of a ministry, and we have to. Have you really taken a look or a tour of Abaco? Every building, every business would have been compromised. Infrastructure totally collapsed. There was a time where first responders couldn't communicate. Okay? BTC was down, Alive was up for a period, and then that went down. Okay? And so you have no infrastructure, no communication, no light, no transportation. But what you have is the will of our first responders. The men and women who, despite the criticism, made it happen. And because of it now, we can drive from Marsh Harbor to any settlement in Abaco, because there's a road now that connects Abaco. That was done by the Dutch and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force officers. And so, while I say that there is tremendous work to do, Mr. Speaker, this government has demonstrated leadership. The member for Kalani has demonstrated leadership because he wasn't doing no ducking and hiding. Before the storm, you saw him. During the storm, you saw him. After the storm, you still see him. And this, Mr. Speaker, we're not talking. This is not a photo op. We understand the significance of this responsibility. It's just not a photo op. We're not here to take pictures and say, yeah, we're here. Let me give you a bag of groceries. Then we disappear forever. Okay? We understand, Mr. Speaker. We understand that this is a marathon. We are governing a country. And we're cognizant of this fact, Mr. Speaker, that if you do not put planning in place, if you fail to put the proper infrastructure in place, that will allow for the proper rollout of reconstruction and building, you ain't going nowhere. Because 2 years later, you will still be here trying to figure it out. We have a plan, and that plan is being executed on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker. I should note, Mr. Speaker, that Miles Dorian did not, in my area, did not make landfall in New Providence, and it's important, and I think I should mention this, that a few of our residents was impacted by the king tide, especially those residents on Old Cedar Street and Yellow Elder Garden. And many of those residents received tremendous damage as a result of flooding in their homes. And a number of other communities throughout New Providence, Mr. Speaker, South Beach, Pinewood Gardens, and others, were also impacted. And so I am grateful, Reginald Park, my cousin said, but I am grateful, Mr. Speaker, to our team in the constituency of Mount Moriah, the F&M Council, Mount Moriah, and its dedicated and committed chairman, Mr. Bennett Minnis, And the association, someone said, yeah? They like him. I like him. He's a good man. And Bennett, if you're watching, you continue to work. As well as the Association of Yellow Elder, Millennium Gardens, and Stapleton Gardens, who continue to work unselfishly for the betterment of that community. Mr. Speaker, security challenges are global, and governments have a national mandate to use proactive and/or corrective means to ensure that its citizens are safe. Our government firmly believes, Mr. Speaker, that it is the right of every Bahamian resident and visitor alike to work and play in a safe and secure and prosperous communities. Accordingly, there has been a shift in evolving roles of law enforcement as a consequence of both domestic and international socio-political variables that are shaping the ways in which countries in this hemisphere perceive the purpose of their armed forces. Today, armed forces are more highly skilled and flexible forces, structures which are able to transition from enforcement or wartime to more peacekeeping operations. And Mr. Speaker, these are some of the discussions that we've been having behind closed doors as a cabinet. That how can we now position our defense force and other like agencies to be more responsive to situations like this. And there is a need for us to always look at how can we constantly evolve. And we're doing that. With reference to the latter, the increase in humanitarian emergency assistance have sought to expand the role of safety and security. According to the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, the risk of Caribbean countries losing wealth in weather-related disasters is growing faster than most of the island states' GDP per capita. Further estimated that such phenomena has increased by over 160%, and tropical cyclones by more than 265%. The catastrophic losses and impacts that have characterized the strong storm system have as much to do with the exposure and/or the vulnerability of capital stocks as with the severity of the hazardous events. In accordance, all armed forces, irrespective of military or non-military, Mr. Speaker, have been called upon now more than ever to provide safety and security during times of disaster. Mr. Speaker, in light of the pending storm, both the Royal Bahamas Police Force and Defense Forces have made the necessary shift to disaster preparedness. The Defense Force advanced team deployed to complement, along with the police force, on both Abaco and Grand Bahama, with additional assistance from both of these agencies. They assisted in setting up shelters. We talked about cleaning and clearing debris, feeding, clearing waterways, constructing and repairing and providing security. Working within shelters and emergency operation centers throughout Abaco, New Providence, and Grand Bahama. Mr. Speaker, during Dorian, both the police and the Defense Force received calls for assistance in both Abaco and Grand Bahama. And some was mentioned by our member from our Deputy Prime Minister about the assistance provided by the police and the Defense Force. The weather conditions were so bad on Abaco, Mr. Speaker, that after the first part of the storm passed, officers had to rescue persons and take them to designated shelters. Meanwhile, in Grand Bahama, many residents in several shelters became compromised due to extensive flooding. And so even with the mapping prior to, there were some areas that were never envisioned. Some people say, I never knew that my place was going to get flooded up. And so this storm has taught us a lot of lessons. And we have to now take those lessons, as was mentioned by some of the members here, Mr. Speaker. This will be a study case for countries around the world. As a result, residents located in areas that were not in the evacuation zones and those in shelters that were flooded had to be rescued themselves, and I talked about that. It should be noted, Mr. Speaker, that members of the community provided assistance to law enforcement in the form of jet skis and high-rise vehicles to assist in rescue efforts. Of importance to note is that extensive damages were sustained by both the police and defense forces. Personally, and as agencies, in Freeport, the Gerald Bartlett Police Headquarters was flooded on the first floor, something that we never would have imagined, which resulted in the loss of vehicles and equipment. And the police would have lost some 69 vehicles on Grand Bahama alone. The Defense Force Command Center also experienced flooding in its building. In total, the Royal Bahamas Police Force lost some in excess of $5.8 million worth of assets, including 4 police stations that were completely destroyed in Abaco, inclusive of Marsh Harbor, Treasure Key, Cooperstown, and Treasure Key Airport Station. As a result of the destruction, approximately $473,940 worth of communication equipment at the aforementioned stations were destroyed. Approximately $179,000 worth of communication trunking site equipment was destroyed. $126,100 worth of police furniture were destroyed. There was a total of 14 police vehicles, and this is just Abaco alone. 14 police vehicles destroyed by flooding at a cost of some $409,000. In total, the police damages in Abaco resulted in the loss of over $1,335,230, and that could go in excess of probably $2 million. These are just estimates. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the Defense Force losses, because they don't have a permanent base there, but that is something will have to certainly be discussed. But their losses were just vehicles of some damage to where they stay of close to $20,000, and was inclusive of the damage to their residence, right? In total then, Mr. Speaker, about $1.5 million worth of damages for the police and defense force in Grand Bahama alone. Mr. Speaker, in Grand Bahama, the police force would have lost maybe close to $6 million worth of assets, including 2 police stations that were completely destroyed, inclusive of High Rock and McLeanstown Station. The police headquarters, that's the Gerald Bartlett complex, experienced flooding, which resulted in about $300,000 worth of damages. Flooding in Grand Bahama resulted in loss of $1,480,436 worth of communication equipment that was destroyed or damaged in High Rock and West End stations. The police canteen, the training college, and control room, respectively. As a result of the destructions and flooding, approximately $179,000 worth of communication equipment was lost at the McLeanstown station, and the same was for Bassett Cove. Approximately $238,000 worth of police furniture was destroyed. There was a total of some 69 police vehicles damaged by flooding, destroyed, while parked at police headquarters at the Sir Albert Miller's complex in Freeport at a cost of $1.69 million. In total, the police damages in Grand Bahama is somewhere in the area of 5 million. And as I said before, these are estimates, and it could very well exceed that. Meanwhile, the Defense Force would have lost a number of about 3 vehicles on that island, resulting in probably close to $100,000. And the Parliamentary Registrar also falls under my remit, and they would have received some damages as well, lost a number of vehicles in the area of about close to $100,000, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in total, then, the Ministry of National Security would have sustained losses of over $6 million. Mr. Speaker, in the aftermath, and again, as we look at Grand Bahama, Mr. Speaker, again, we may have to look, and we have been doing so, look at the possibility now of putting a base on Grand Bahama that can be used as a site whereby the Defense Force can roll out its disaster preparedness machinery. And so something like that will certainly be long-term, but we have to start planning now. Mr. Speaker, in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, boy, time flies when you're having fun. Well, anyway, so Mr. Speaker, 2 minutes. So, 2 minutes. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, Mount Moriah supports this bill, and the amendments to this act are not intended to control the citizenry, but will serve as a protective action in certain emergencies to help save the lives of residents and responders. The loss of any life is one too many. A government that cares about its people does what is right for its people. Let the annals of history record that our administration, led by the member for Kalani, in light of the devastating effects of natural disasters, particularly hurricanes, did what was right to protect those who we have pledged to serve. The amendments to this act are progressive, and therefore Mount Moriah supports them. Mr. Speaker, may God bless the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the good Lord for allowing me another opportunity to return to this place. And I'm proud to rise on behalf of the great people of Long Island, a people from whence I came. Mr. Speaker, before I begin my contribution, I'd like to wish a belated happy birthday to the greatest woman I know, my grandmother, Lenora Gibson, who turned 87 on the 29th of September, 2019. I'd also like to extend my sincerest sympathies to the family of Ms. Edna Wells, to the family of Captain Archie Marie, and also to the family of Ms. Teresa Trico Tynquest. Let me also extend sincere sympathies to the family of the late Honorable Tennyson Wells, his wife, his children, his mother, who resides in Deadman's Key, my former teacher, his sister, Ms. Pipefrom, Ms. Iris Pinder, former campaign manager, his brothers, their wives, etc. So Wells was a proud Long Islander, and I remember visiting him as a 9th grade student. I think he was the Attorney General at that time, and we came to Nassau on a field trip, and he welcomed us to his office. I was honored to have his support during the last general election. May their souls rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to extend condolences to all of those persons who lost family and loved ones during the passage of Hurricane Dorian. I took a risk or a team into Abaco shortly after the storm. Mr. Speaker, I was able to hear the harrowing accounts of their struggle to survive during that most traumatic experience, and also into Grand Bahama. People were desperate to leave. People were desperate to survive. We observed the destruction of structures and noted landmarks. And I've been to both Abaco and Grand Bahama a few times, but there were parts of those places that I did not recognize. I've seen damage before from hurricane. I've seen its effect on people, but I've not seen this. Mr. Speaker, firstly, let me state that I support the amendment to the Disaster Preparedness and Response Bill. I want to note, Mr. Speaker, also that I believe we should move towards generating driver's licenses or some identification card for each island, just like the United States does it with each state. I've heard many stories of abuse post-Hurricane Dorian. Because we all have one driver's license, persons aren't so readily able to identify where you're from. So I think that would assist in times like these. Let me also note, Mr. Speaker, that whilst I support the bill, there's a need for purpose-built shelters. During my visits to both Abaco and Grand Bahama, I noticed that several NEMA-designated shelters have been badly damaged or decimated. I recall that immediately after the storm, WSC was asked to use its backhoe to assist with the removal of bodies from a church. The church wall had apparently fell on top of persons who sought shelter therein, and their bodies were found trapped under the rubble. So in my mind's eye, Mr. Speaker, this bill ensures the safety and security of Bahamians during a national disaster, during a national emergency, and allows for the government to take special temporary measures that may not be appropriate in normal times. This bill also brings our emergency planning into the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, given our time restrictions, let me move to WSC. The Water and Sewage Corporation has been working assiduously to restore water supply in Abaco and also to assist our sister water company, the Grand Bahama Utility Company, as best we could. Mr. Speaker, the corporation operates 11 different water supply systems in Abaco. Of the 11, partial or interim water supply has been restored to 8 systems and 3 remain offline. The daily average water production for Abaco operations is approximately 2.4 million imperial gallons per day. Approximately 100,000 imperial gallons is produced daily from reverse osmosis plants. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Grand Key system, which supplies that northern key, is presently offline. However, the desalination plant has been repaired and it is only offline so that we can take the necessary precautions and test the water. A team went in there today to do that before we give the green light for that water to be turned on. The Sweetens Key water supply supplies a community off of East Grand Bahama, and that is presently offline. WSC is working in conjunction with the various non-governmental agencies who are attempting to get a small desalination plant operational to supply the remaining residents on Sweetens Key with basic water supply. The Cedar Harbor water supply system, which supplies the settlements of Cedar Harbor, Wood Key, Mount Hope, Foxtown, and Crown Haven, is now partially operational. The Blackwood water supply system, which supplies the settlement of Blackwood, Fire Road, and Cooperstown, is now partially operational. The Treasure Key water supply system, which supplies Treasure Key and Green Turtle Key via an underwater line, is presently off. Our team hopes to partially restore some water supply to this community by this weekend. The Marsh Harbor water supply system, which supplies the Marsh Harbor, Spring City, Dunderstown, Murphytown, Central Pines, Pelican Shores, and Eastern Shores communities, is now partially operational. The Casuarina water supply system is now partially operational. Mr. Speaker, the Cherokee water supply system, which supplies this community with water from the Winding Bay Development Desalination Plant, is now operational as well, as is the Crossing Rock water supply system, which is partially operational, and the Sandy Point water supply system, which is now partially operational. Mr. Speaker, contrary to what I've heard last week, the Moores Island water supply system, which supplies the Southern Key, is fully operational. Mr. Speaker, power supply at all facilities are still based on standby power generation, with the exception of those in South Abaco, where the power supply from the Bahamas Power and Light Company has been restored. However, Mr. Speaker, even that supply is experiencing some challenges due to losses that the corporation has encountered. Our restoration supplies, or restoration teams, are made up of personnel from Abaco, New Providence, and other islands, with additional vehicular and standby generator resources shipped in to bolster their efforts. Whilst WSC has been successful in restoring an interim supply for many communities in the Abacos, it must be highlighted that there will be periods of low pressure and or no water, given the fragility of our power generation, water production, pumping, and distribution system. In Marsh Harbor, the restoration efforts have been focused on providing water supply for critical government buildings and those housing relief and restoration teams to aid the cleanup and restoration activities. In summary, Mr. Speaker, interim water has been restored for most of the city center, Spring City, and parts of Central Pines, with teams now commencing work to restore supply to Dunderstown and Murphytown. 2 water trucks, one being a 2,500-gallon tanker and a smaller 900-gallon tanker, are also being utilized to tanker water to critical locations on the mainland. This includes filling bladder tanks that have been set up at our various strategic locations and providing water to governmental agencies and NGOs providing relief and restoration services. Mr. Speaker, WSC is also extremely concerned that both of our sewage systems in Abaco, namely the Treasure Key sewage system and the Spring City sewage system, have been compromised. We've experienced substantial damage at those stations during the passage of Hurricane Dorian, and with no electricity supply and 17 different sewage lift stations in Treasure Key, we are facing a substantial sanitation challenge. Both of these systems remain offline, and our teams are working to provide some immediate short-term solutions, commencing with an initial cleanup of all sites in the coming days. Mr. Speaker, immediately following the passage of Hurricane Dorian, WSC dispatched teams to the Abacos. On Wednesday, 4th September, I led the initial WSC assessment team that landed in Sandy Point and journeyed to Marsh Harbor. All WSC operational systems have now been assessed, and the immediate damage, and this is not the final estimate, but the immediate damage estimate is in the $15 to $20 million range. As an aside, Mr. Speaker, kindly also note that the loss of revenue from our Abaco operations will have a serious financial impact on the corporation. Abaco is our second largest revenue stream, and the loss of revenue will have a serious financial impact. The damage to WSC's Marsh Harbor and Treasure Key water and sewage systems are particularly severe. Both the 500,000 and 250,000 imperial gallon storage tanks in Marsh Harbor were severely damaged, and the 500,000 gallon storage tank in Treasure Key was totally damaged. Thus far, our team in Marsh Harbor have repaired well in excess of 200 distribution system leaks. As they attempt to restore an interim water supply for that community. The Treasure Key and Spring City sewage systems sustained substantial damage to all of their above-ground infrastructure, such as control panels, etc. Water storage tanks on Green Turtle Key and Moores Island also sustained structural damage, and the storage tanks on Grand Key and Sweetens Key were completely destroyed. Many of our buildings suffered varying degrees of damage as a result of both flooding and wind-related damage to their roofs. Flooding also damaged many of our electrical and mechanical systems, including our pumping station pumps, well field pumps, and standby generators. Similarly, our entire vehicular fleet was damaged, ranging from major to total destruction as a result of flooding and flying debris. An assessment of our underwater main between Abaco and Green Turtle Key is currently being undertaken, and further assessments will be planned for the coming days. WSC's commercial office in Treasure Key was totally destroyed, and the commercial offices in Marsh Harbor, Green Turtle Key, and Cooperstown sustained varying degree of damage. Mr. Speaker, WSC employed 25 employees as part of our Abaco operations prior to Hurricane Dorian. Unfortunately, many of them suffered extensive damage to their homes, vehicles, and personal belongings during the passage of that hurricane. WSC has taken steps to assist our staff in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, including, but not limited to, paid leave, financial assistance, care packages, and mandatory counseling. Some employees have opted to temporarily relocate to New Providence or other islands, and some have returned to Abaco to assist with the restoration and rebuilding. Of the 25, 10 have opted to remain in the Abacos, including 8 on the mainland and 1 each on Grand Key and Moores Island. Of the 15 who have opted to relocate, 1 employee, who is from Sweetens Key, has been temporarily assigned to assist the Grand Bahama Utility Company on Grand Bahama. Mr. Speaker, given the devastation in some of our well fields and the surrounding community, that is Marsh Harbor in particular, WSC laboratory technicians have collected samples and continue to collect samples for thorough testing and ensuring that all local and international water quality parameters are met prior to recommissioning any water supply. These tests include water chemistry, microbiology, trace metals, and hydrocarbons, with testing done both at the WSC laboratory in New Providence and at the International Laboratory with the assistance of the Pan American Organization, PAHO. WSC is cognizant of the importance of potable water, particularly in the wake of such a catastrophic event. However, our priority is also to provide safe water. Our initial tests in Marsh Harbor yielded very troubling results. Subsequent daily testing have been undertaken, and since that time, the all clear has been given. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to confirm that the Bahamas has been greatly assisted by NGOs who provided tremendous assistance to the people of Abaco, particularly as it relates to water. The Water Mission Group has 4 desalination plants operational on Abaco, 30,000 gallon per day plant at Marsh Harbor, and 3 1,000 gallon per day plants are operational at the Treasure Key Clinic, the Green Turtle Key Dock, and the Green Turtle Key Club. The Samaritan Voice Group has a 2,500 gallon per day desalination plant at the Treasure Key Government Dock and a similar size plant at the school in Cooperstown. These desalination plants have accompanying bladder tanks that have been provided by ourselves as well as NGOs, which are facilitating customers and persons on the ground who can just walk up or drive up to fill their bottles and tanks with potable water. These are just a few examples, and I'm extremely thankful for many formal and informal bodies and groups that have offered to help and those who have actually provided assistance in one form or another. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I draw to a close, with the aid of the contingent loan for the natural disaster emergencies between the government of the Bahamas and the Inter-American Development Bank, WSE hopes to shift its focus from restoration to major reconstruction this week, commencing with the procurement for the reconstruction of its water and sewage systems, utilizing its $15 million allocation of this contingent loan, $6 million of which we received on Monday. The reconstruction includes, but is not limited to, desalination plants, storage tanks, well field and distribution pumps, standby generators and critical switchgear works, pumping station buildings, water treatment systems, distribution system repairs, sewage lift stations and wastewater treatment facilities, offices, fleet vehicles, and heavy plant. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to note that the first component of the procurement works will commence this Friday with a visit of shortlisted tank companies visiting Abaco and the Keys to view sites where new tanks are required due to the total destruction of the tanks that previously occupied those locations. These new tank proposals are expected within a week. Similarly, by early next week, we expect to launch the sewage component procurement exercise. This is critical to maintaining good health and sanitation for the residents of Treasure Key and the Spring City communities, where our existing sewage systems, as I noted earlier, will require extensive rehabilitation works. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is our plan that we will substantially complete most of our procurement works during the month of October, and that contractors and additional WSD personnel will soon begin mobilizing to restore and reconstruct our water and sewage systems across the length and breadth of the Abacos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for North Abaco. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, we would have continued with the debate tomorrow, but as is known by all, our late colleague, Tennyson Wells, will be laying in the foyer tomorrow. And so, Mr. Speaker, saying that Monday will also be a holiday. We will return on Wednesday, where the debate will ensue in earnest. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will now move that the House suspends until Wednesday, the 16th of October at 10 a.m.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do suspend until 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 16th of October. As many as in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Final adjournment. Suspension.
Final suspension.
Honorable members, if you can have a seat a moment.
It's a little bit premature. No, he said adjourn.
Honorable members, the business of this House now stands suspended until 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 16th of October.